Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is April 12th, 2022 at 4:33 p.m. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Borton.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move adoption of the agenda as published.
Second. I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next item is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move approval of the consent agenda and for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is adopted. No items removed from the consent agenda, so we will go into department commission reports. So first item up is item 7, which is the Parks and Recreation Commission annual update. We will turn this over to Commissioner Greer to provide that update to us. Hi, Joe. How are you?
How are you doing?
Good.
See if I can get myself on here. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Joe Greer. For those of you who don't know me, I am currently the Parks and Recreation Commission president for another term. I'm pleased to be here before you to give a brief Parks and Recreation Commission annual update for 2021. As of right now, we have a full commission with 9 members, including our youth commissioner. All of their skill sets and backgrounds encompass a broad range. We have different family backgrounds as far as who we have at home. Some people have small children, some people have no children, some people have grown children, some people have fur children. We also have several business owners, coaches, landscape architects, several designers, project managers, graphic designers, of course, a race car driver. And recently we just brought on a couple of commissioners that one is part of the recreational sports teams, and the other one is a veteran and also a pickleball player. So, yeah. So I feel pretty good about the commission right now, and we had several interviews for the mayor to come to the selection. In July, we had our first ever Meridian Parks and Recreation Facilities tour on foot, where we walked around Kleiner Park. For those of you that were there, it was very entertaining, especially the rap session by Renee. I think that should be required every year. And we were also able to kind of play around on some of the Meridian Parks and Recreation equipment. That's my highlight. I'm going to be really brief because I was asked to be as well. I just brought out the top 4 all commission goals to kind of go over how we've been following these. The first one is to support the development of a connected pathway system. So the 10-mile trail hub last year was our first ever, our first pathway tour, where we started at our first ever trailhead and gateway to the pathway system. I was able myself to ride my bicycle from home all the way to the 5 Mile Creek crossing over on Pine. For me, that was about 12 miles round trip. There were quite a few commissioners that rode from home as well. So there is connection, some of the connections are sidewalks, but it worked and no one was injured. Also, the Fairview Avenue connection was finally completed, which is in front of the Ultra Touch car wash. Well, was the Ultra Touch car wash, I believe is closed now. That one took a little bit more time, but it was welcome, as Fairview is kind of a dangerous street to be riding your bicycle. Then we had Kim Warren, who held a commission workshop to review gaps in the pathway system. So she allowed all of the commissioners to give comment on where we felt like there were gaps or information that could be improved. Some of the comments led to the striping of the pathway. So now we have yellow striping to help with wayfinding and also to identify it as a pathway. Our second goal was to support the design and construction of Discovery Park Phase 2. The bid was opened in November. Construction is underway. We have Mike Barton. Thank you, Mike, for having the park moving forward. He said currently they have broken ground and they're doing the grading and utilities. So the commission, of course, continues to support the construction of Discovery Park. The third item is to participate in the design and programming of the new community center on the Civic block, which of course that location has changed. So the commission supports a new community center, and we all look forward to that coming into fruition. We also had Steve Sidaway had presented a community center master plan with the community needs. And so we gave feedback on that information, and then actually was able to serve on the Civil Block Review Committee as representative for Parks and Rec Commission because there was a community center in some of the proposals. Also, the commission participated in one-on-one interviews about the master plan update and the community center feasibility study with Art Thatcher of Greenplay, which is now very done. So I felt like last year, a lot of information was requested from the commission, a lot of one-on-one, which moves into the next one, which is number 4, to participate in the development of the Lakeview Golf Course Master Plan. I, of course, was excited about the golf course. I like to golf. So beginning early in the year, consultants from the National Golf Foundation began gathering information. They held individual interviews with the different commissioners to get our feedback. And then we also attended a Lakeview facilities golf tour where we rode around in golf carts to see the facility. And we had the city arborist explain some of the issues with the trees. I'm gonna stop right there. I could go on and on, but only because I love Parks and Rec. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Joe, it was nice to see you. Thanks for the presentation. We engage with our commissioners on a regular basis. This is that formal time where the commission comes before the council. And I'm just curious, what feedback do you have for the council? How can we as a body do a better job of supporting you and your fellow commissioners and your work and your interests?
As our liaison, I do know this. Usually we just like to have feedback as far as if something was moved forward or not, based on if our recommendations were, I guess, worthy of approval. That's a good way of putting it. Because, we are asked for our recommendations or our input, but we don't always know what comes back unless we go and look for it. So that's probably the only thing, really.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Council, anything else?
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Joe.
Absolutely.
So the next 4 items are going to be the Warren Stewart show, but we'll just go ahead and move on to items 8 and 9. We'll let you go ahead and present both of those items together for consideration by the council and discussion.
Well, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So the first item of the Public Works Show, I won't say the Warren Stewart Show, the Public Works Show is a budget amendment in the amount of $275,000 and or $75,650. This is for the contract to do the test well for the most recent well that we need to do. The budget for this was basically developed a little over a year ago. And in the last year, things have changed pretty dramatically and the costs have just gone up. So when it was bid out, the low bidder came in quite a bit higher than we had anticipated. And if we're to award the contract and get this well under construction, we'll need this additional money represented by this amendment to do so. With that, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Warren, off the top of your head, do you know what percentage just came in over anticipation?
I don't know the percentage off the top of my head. So we had, I want to say, it's in the budget amendment piece, but we had 600, I think we're a couple 100,000 obviously over, but there's some contingencies and so forth in there. So I think the original bid was in $600,000 or $700,000 range. I got it right here, I can tell you.
And I only bring this up, I was on a Compass call earlier today, same exact conversation for ITD road projects, which were coming in over bid. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think any construction project that we have on the horizon for the city and Public Works, just be prepared for anything over last year's estimates. This will probably be the standard moving forward for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, we have, I can let you know that in some cases, the increases for certain types of construction, certain materials have gone up 30 to 40%. So substantially higher. Now, that's not across the board. Some things are up 10 to 15%, but some of the things that we're running into, the costs are literally 30, 40% higher than they were just a few months ago.
And just add in one more thing, that I've had some offline conversations separated, but with the SI, and from their perspective, they see that as a valley, we're going to have about 2,000 to 3,000 more construction jobs needed the next 3 years to meet the expected projects, which are coming online, which are separate from everything else that's currently taking place, the Meta project, possible Micron and St. Luke's work. And so if we think we want to pull back, we're probably pulling back for several years, not for 1 year, 2 years, depending upon if it's labor versus materials. There may be some give and take to your point, but from a labor standpoint, depending on how much of these things are labor, they don't see that going backwards in the construction industry.
Yeah, I could maybe also share a couple of anecdotal pieces related to this. One is that there's not a lot of well drillers in the valley that have the expertise to drill the types of wells that we're drilling. And so if we happen to have one of them busy on another project for another city, why, they're not competing super stringently on these wells because there's just not that many. So that's could play into it to some degree. We're also looking, just so you know, at ways that in the future, especially when it comes to these test wells, we might be able to structure them a little differently to see if we can't save some cost because of the way things have risen.
With that, council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
we need a motion since this is a budget amendment. I move that we approve the Public Works fiscal year 2022 budget amendment in the amount of $275,650 for well 34 additional construction funds.
Second.
I have a motion, and a second, to approve the budget amendment. Is there any discussion on the motion? Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Borton, Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries. Next item is item 9.
I gotta just make sure. Yeah, item 9 is just essentially the award of the bid for this contract. And I'll stand for questions.
Council, any questions or a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Perot.
I move that we approve the bid and award a contract to Treasure Valley Drilling LLC for test well 34 for the not to exceed amount of $648,050.
Second.
I have a motion, and a second, to approve the bid for Treasure Valley Drilling LLC. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the award to contract is agreed to. Thank you, Warren. Moving on. Are you going to continue to be the presenter for the next two? Okay, then we'll move on to item number 10, which is Public Work request for Janice Larea for connection to city water system outside city limits at 100 East Rosalind Drive. Mr. Stewart.
So we do occasionally in the city of Meridian have requests for people to use the city's services, sewer and water services, without annexation into the city of Meridian. And they come in two basic classes. One class is the homeowner who's had a well or a septic system that has gone bad, and they are in need to replace their well or septic, and we may have sewer water readily available for them. And so they make the request to use the city's water or sewer. They're not always eligible for annexation, but we have the water and sewer there. The second class that we run into, that we'll actually see one of in a few minutes, is when there's brand new development that wants to take place. But they're also not eligible for annexation, but they want city services. This is in the former class. The only exception to that is that this one actually is eligible for annexation. They are contiguous with the city limits. However, it's a larger piece of residential property that has undeveloped pasture ground associated with it that will at some point develop. The sewer that would serve this property is on the other piece or on the other side of that pasture. So sewer service would have to come across the pasture in a fashion that would not, that ultimately it would not be in. Water is right in front of the home. It's there, it's available. We would really rather not see a new well put in when we have that service. So from a public works perspective, we like the connection to city water because it basically helps protect our water source from a potential source of contamination being another residential well. The real caveat here, the real thing to consider is, do we annex it or do we not require annexation? And that's really a question for the city council, but Public Works' recommendation, we had to kind of give you our best shot at what we felt. And because this property has development potential, it's got the pasture, it's got, it can't connect to sewer right away without cutting across this pasture. We felt like maybe annexation would be better once they came in and wanted to develop the balance of that property, and they knew what they wanted to do and they knew what the sewer configuration was going to look like. So we essentially brought this before you today to for your consideration, to let them connect up to city water. Our, I guess, recommendation, but that's a pretty strong word, is that maybe they not have to annex till later. But I think there are some issues and concerns that Bill may want to address with you about whether or not that's the best approach. But certainly we think that connection to water is appropriate because they're there. It's right there in front of their house, and it would eliminate a well and get essentially a residential well abandoned, and that's better for our aquifer. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
I just made a request for a connection to water service and not a sewer service, correct?
That is correct.
What, if they were annexed, would they be required to connect to sewer service in a certain amount of time? And that would be cost to the property owner? Or is that maybe a question for planning to respond to?
I think I can make an attempt, and Caleb can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can structure that how you would like. I think if you wanted them to annex you out, you wouldn't necessarily have to require them to connect to sewer, although generally speaking, we would want them to do that. In this case, they could, but they'd have to run a service line for 300 feet across the pasture. Ultimately, that'd have to be torn out when that was redeveloped, and something else would have to be done there. So it can be done either way, but that's kind of what they're facing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
thanks, Warren. How many times have we done this that you can think of for an individual homeowner, made just a water connection and not annexed? Maybe a question for Bill as well, just kind of in your memory.
I think we get one or two of these a year, to be honest.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So, yeah, I think Warren's right. We do probably 2 or 3 a year. Usually that scenario that Warren's talking about. Sometimes what happens is the roadway gets widened or improved, and that then takes out their existing well or takes out their septic system. So then they don't have any other way to connect. We have always mandated that they annex as a condition if they're annexable. If they're not annexable, we have them sign an agreement that requires them to annex when they are. It would be unusual to not require annexation at this point. It would be okay if you recall, we did a large scale house on Locust Grove recently that took over 2 lots, and they were going to hook up to water now because it was available in front of the house, but sewer was about 150 feet away. So we allow them to annex and have water service, and then they have a commitment to hook up to sewer when it's available. So it does make sense from what Warren's saying to let the sewer evolve with the development of the property, or at least at a sale, than it would be for it to do now. So that wouldn't be unusual. Again, our ordinance does require they're supposed to annex if they're annexable. Again, if you want to, we have occasionally done, not very often, where we've allowed the service to get hooked up now while the annexation process was ongoing. So that way, if they're get out of water, they don't have any services, they could get that hooked up a lot faster than the 4 months it takes to do the annexation. But that's your folks' call.
Mr. Mayor,
Thanks.
Councilman Borton.
on that point, they're generally annexed R2, kind of a holding annexation.
Yeah, we would have to look at whatever the comp plan says and whatever that is in this area. I don't know what the comp plan calls for this particular property. So we would just match it up with that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
Warren, can you give us some idea of the urgency of this? Is this something that is a dire situation? They're going to be out of water in a couple of months, or is it just like very poor flow and no pressure and that kind of thing? As far as the timing of whether we request an annexation or allow connection beforehand?
I will do that. We have the applicant here, so I think they can come and speak to that. But I know that they were very concerned because they were having really low amount of flow out of their well. I do believe I got an email either Friday or yesterday saying that it got worse and that things weren't working at all. So, but I'll let them address that. But I think it's getting pretty serious at this point.
Janice, would you like to come forward and at least answer the questions as they come up?
Janice Larea, we've lived in our house for 47 years. We are original. 2, the only owner. My well is 40 feet deep. The last 3 years, I think because of the drought and growth in this area, my 40-foot well is marginal.
And-
I had a little water yesterday and now I don't. I turn the pump off to hope it builds up. Usually the irrigation water's in the canal by now. I live by the canal and it fills it up. But this year, water's not coming till the 24th. I only need the water for domestic, house and stock. I irrigate out of the ditch. In fact, I'm the ditch master. So it wouldn't be irrigating my lawn or sprinkler system or anything. As far as annexing, I don't know what, difference it would make. We're not moving. We're there forever. My kids might do whatever they want with it, but we're not moving. So it's going to maintain the same as long as we're there. And I don't know. I like water. It's really nice to kind of flush the toilet. Anyway, so there's 3 fire hydrants on my 600 foot of Roslyn Court. So you've been there. If I can, I've got an arrangement with a man that works for the Public Works to soon, start as soon as I can get permission. As far as annexing, I could get a library card and I could vote for you guys, and that's probably what we would do. So we don't anticipate any changes in our property or use of it. Any questions?
First, you can get a library card because
Pardon?
you can get a library card even before because it's not our services. So,
Really?
oh, yes,
Said City Meridian, I couldn't have a library card.
no, it's not with the city. So we can help you work on that one. if
Okay,
need
and I can vote for you, right?
be. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Kavner.
as you were kind of going through this process, again, I don't know if you had conversations with the planning staff, if there would be a use on your land that wouldn't be allowed if you annexed in.
I don't know. Nobody's told me that. Is there? Oh,
I'm not sure.
we've been there for 47 years and we've had, we had our trucks and stuff parked there 47 years. And
Mr. Mayor,
they're still there.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, just to follow up on that, I think, and Caleb might have to jump into this, but what you mentioned, Janice, stock, you have cows.
We have cows in the summertime, yes.
Okay.
Our pasture is about 2.5 acres. And, you know, I worry about keeping the stock tank full.
So I think there are some, once annexed, there are limitations on the type of animals and how many of things and whatnot.
Mr. Hood.
So it could be a non-conforming use, but I'd let you speak to that, Caleb, if you would mind.
Mr. President, Mayor, members of council. So a couple things, I guess, just we'll start there. I haven't done a comprehensive, review of the property. Agriculture use is allowed. I would liken this, though, I think, to the South Meridian annexation we did. And we did vest those properties with whatever essentially they were doing at the time and annex them in. I don't see anything egregious on this property. Just looking at the aerial, it looks like there's, a trucking type of business. And they do have 2 accesses, Roslyn, and then another driveway that goes to the state highway that eventually we would like to see that driveway closed when development happens of the back half of your property or so. So,
I did get a state permit for that entryway.
but the other uses and there's an outbuilding or 2 on here. I don't see anything that causes me any concern, but I haven't been out to the site. I haven't done any more of that analysis. Just a couple of other things that came up real quick. It is on our future land use map, low density residential. So an R2, potentially an R4, but probably an R2 zone is what we would annex it with either now or when development occurs, redevelopment occurs on the property. So maybe just one more. I mean, Warren covered, I think, pretty well. It does vary. Typically it's 60 days to hook up a home post annexation. An existing home that comes in, we usually give them a couple of months hook up. I've seen 6 months to a year, those in certain cases. And Mr. Neri had another example there too of allowing special cases to hook up to both sewer and water, but it's pretty typical that immediately, we do allow some amount of time to happen. And certainly if annexation is required, we could run that concurrently and the paperwork be processed while working with Public Works to hook up the property. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Caleb, so if we were to annex and the property were to be developed in the future, do we sort of forfeit some of our influence in how it develops because we've already annexed it and now we can no longer potentially, make particular requests of the applicant?
Councilwoman Pro, it's a good question, Mr. Mayor. In this case, again, I'm not overly concerned about it because I think our standard subdivision code covers pretty much everything. Access, landscape buffers, redevelopment, density, all those things would be covered somewhere else. Now, there could be a special thing that you wanted them to do that, yes, you would lose that opportunity to negotiate or require that with the development agreement because the development agreement would already exist. In this case, though, to me, it's pretty straightforward. You're going to see single family homes on here. Public Street Roslyn already exists. But yes, to your question or point a little bit, you do lose a little bit of your ability to negotiate with the property owner or developer, whoever wants to increase the intensity on the site. But again, I don't see anything outstanding where I'm really concerned that we couldn't get it through our standard code requirements.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Just a follow-up then I guess too for Caleb, and it's kind of trending, at least kind of where I'm leaning. Typically with annexation, we require, curb cut, gutter, sidewalks, et cetera. It's along a state highway. I'm also though reluctant to not require that, but I'm reluctant to require that. And so maybe if council did want to pursue annexation, what pathway would we have? Because to not put that immediate burden on to put a sidewalk in when you're just trying to connect to some water.
So, Councilman Cavanagh, Mayor, members of council, I envision that if an annexation application is required, staff would do that analysis and require it. But you have that ability then through the development agreement to waive that standard requirement. We would put pretty standard requirements in the development agreement. And again, you can decide if it's applicable at this time or in the future. Because if you waive it, let's say in 3 or 4 months when an application is before you, when the subdivision comes in, we also have that requirement at that time to put in curb gutter sidewalk, a multi-use pathway. So it really is more about timing at that point.
Are you saying I would have to put in sidewalks and gutters on all of my property?
Councilman Gabber?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
That's 300 feet on the Meridian Cuna Highway and
So-
600 on Roslyn.
Correct. And I think that's, so anytime an annexation comes within our city, we require that. And what I was asking staff was, is there a mechanism? Because I don't want to require that from you when you annex in, but when you sell your house or when your family redevelops it, I would want that there. I think that's important to our community. And so what I was trying to establish, if there's a way that we can have you annex within the city, so you get access to our services like our water and our wastewater, without requiring the same thing that we would require of anybody else should they come in. And so I think staff have said that if an annexation application were to come before us, we as council could have the authority to waive that requirement at that particular time, which I would be very much in support of.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl?
I don't know which of us should go over this, if it's planning or someone on council, but could we share with, I'm probably not going to say your name right, is Larea?
Araya,
With
yeah.
Ms. Larea, when she is annexed into the city, then there's an additional element of property taxes that are included, and then any other services that go along with that. I don't know exactly. It sounds like maybe she needs to have a conversation with planning staff directly. As part of that, needs to have a consultation with planning staff as far as the annexation.
I think that's fair that everyone, because I think it's twofold. It's protection for the city for the future versus what the expectations are now, but also, so you also understand what that also means.
Yes.
Yeah, from it, it's really a taxation standpoint, city taxes, the differences between what you're currently with that. Our CFO is here and he could even, he didn't want to talk about that, but I think those are things, just so you understand completely about what the expectations are either now or in the future. So I think really the question is if and when sewer hookup comes, the expectation is that's when this property really transforms and would trigger a lot of the normal annexation requirements is what I'm picking up from current council anyways, if they even want to require the annexation.
Well, like I say, we plan on being carried out feet first, so we're not moving. So, unless something really happens. So it's going to stay the way it is as long as we're capable. That's all I can, confirm to you guys.
So with that, Mr. Nair, do we need a direction? Because obviously it's going to take a process and some work to be done. Do you want a motion from council on a direction?
I
staff
guess
work?
so, yeah, Mr. Mayor, I guess it feels like there's probably still a little conversation to be had with Ms. Larea about what impacts that would be. There's a cost to the filing, there's a cost for noticing, there's a cost for all of those things too. And I know, again, she wants water service. So I think it'd be fair if she's willing. I mean, we can certainly have a conversation. I can't tell you what your taxes are going to be, but we can certainly tell you how it works and what happens next. And then we can maybe revisit the issue, because she might be standing here asking you to waive the requirement that she annexed. And if that's a consideration of the council, that's certainly your ability to put in the development agreement that annexation can occur at a later point in time. Like Caleb said, normally we do 6 months to a year, but if the council's of the mindset, again, it's a contract, it gets recorded, it is against the property, so a future owner would know that that's going to have to be annexed at a future point in time. Again, likely if they're going to redevelop, they're going to annex anyway, because they're going to need more sewer and water services and things like that. But I think, I don't know if council's ready to make a decision, but I don't know if Ms. Larea has enough.
Right. I think what I would really like to get from council at least is their viewpoint on the annexation, so that whatever discussions are occurring are appropriate to whatever the council's viewpoint is. So that's really the direction I would ask council is if you're amenable to this, and if so, with or without annexation, and then let staff go work on that based on that direction.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borden.
to answer that question, yes, I think Warren's recommendation of how to proceed is appropriate. That includes annexation. It'd be annexed as an R2. So that would be what I would be supportive of as a solution to an immediate hookup to water, sewer being delayed. There's a lot of details that would follow, but that's the general direction that I'd be supportive.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just to follow up directly. So I agree. I would like you to annex into the city. I would be in favor of trying to expedite her water hookup as quickly as possible. So those processes could happen simultaneously, even if we work something out, we can get that water hooked up as soon as possible. I'd be in favor of waiving the requirement to hook up to sewer till a later date. And then also I would be in favor in a future request, I would most likely be in favor of waiving the requirement to put in like the sidewalk and the curb and all that stuff as well, until future development occurred at that property. I don't think it would be fair, since you've lived there so long, to ask that of you. So that's where I stand.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
I agree with Councilwoman Strader in every aspect, but I would like Ms. Larrea to have a conversation with the planning staff prior to making a commitment to connect to water, because I want her to, the connection to water and the annexation would both need to happen. So I think that she should have a clear understanding of what it means to be annexed into the city before we make a commitment to make that water connection. So
Correct.
for me, I'd rather those conversations happen. Maybe it gets back on our agenda in a week or two
That's
and we make
what
a
we're
final
doing.
decision about the annexation.
Anything else to add from the two of you? Otherwise,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I agree with what's being said. My one caveat, if you will, is the fact that this is a process. We've talked about annexation being a long path. I mean, as a city, we provide in our community essential services, water, sewer, police, fire, and this is a water hookup. And how can we make that essential service available as quickly as possible while we go through this rest of the other process to make sure that we, as you live on that property, things stay the same. And then when it's developed, it becomes all those other required elements that we typically do in an annexation. So it's just a matter of,
That's
can
what
we
I
do that
wanna
as
do.
quickly as
I
possible?
just want to hook up to water.
That's right. So,
And if I can't do it, and if I have to jump through too many hoops for the annexation, I'll drill a well.
nope,
I have
that's-
underground water rights.
And yes, Ms. Maria, that's the whole point of our discussion, is making sure to get rid of any hoops. But how can we do that? We have the hoops on our end.
Yeah.
We'll take care of that. We'll probably have a discussion with staff that you have, just to make sure you understand the process, and then figure out a way for us to say, once we approve, how fast can that happen in terms of having that water connected? Because you're in a bad spot. So,
Yeah, we don't have water.
And as you heard before on our budget amendment, I don't think you want to build a well right now. I was giving you
Well,
advice.
Kuntz has always helped me, and they were a year out and 20,000. But by the time I get here, it's going to be about 6 or 7. So,
Oh,
you know, and when water gets in the canal, I might have water.
Okay.
So cross my fingers.
all right. Well, I
Any
think
other
you
questions?
have the whole team there that's heard this and they can start working with you.
These
on that
guys over
process.
here?
Yep, all the people that spoken in this corner, including the bald guy in the corner.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
thank you.
Bald by choice.
Any follow-up questions for me on that one?
Okay, next item on the agenda is item 11, Public Works, request for Epic Development LLC for connection to city water and sewer systems outside the city limits.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this one's the other category that I talked about earlier. So this is a new piece of property. It's I think it's approximately 19 acres. It's undeveloped ground at this point. They want to come in and do a brand new development on this 19 acres. It's actually not annexable. It's not contiguous with the city. And in order to facilitate the development that they would like to do, they need city services for fire protection and sewer and so forth. So they came and they asked the question, can we obtain city services without annexation? And the first place they come is to the Public Works Department to see if we have the ability to serve them with water and sewer. Water is really not an issue. The water can be extended to serve this property, and it can be done in a manner that does provide the fire protection that they need. Sewer is a little bit different animal. This property actually lies in the adjacent sewer shed. It was never intended to be served by the sewer line that's in Black Cat Road. But it's a smaller piece of property and it's right on the boundary. So we actually took a look at it from a feasibility standpoint to see if it was even feasible to serve it out of shed, we call it. So essentially jumping the fence and going into the other sewer shed. And in this case, it does appear to be feasible that we can serve it, although it's going to be close. And until we see the actual final drawings that show the elevations of the sewer line and so forth, it'll be hard to tell because they're going to run out of grade at some point very close to the edge of their development. But it does look like it's feasible. The rest of the questions, you have essentially responses from the other departments, because in this type of process, rather than this just basically comes to Public Works and it's kind of a decision as to whether there's a connection or not, like there is in a single home. This has got much wider implications. So we send this out to the other departments to get their feedback. You have the feedback from those other departments as part of this. Although I will say, it's not the same. It's not like we do an application. It's not an application to the city. This is an application to the county. So that analysis is really done at the county. We're just simply saying, doing kind of a real abbreviated analysis to determine whether or not it might make sense to allow city services to connect up. So I'm not going to make a recommendation on this one. It is feasible for us to provide water and sewer to this property. But I think in the big picture, we're not necessarily, certainly from a Public Works perspective, saying that it makes the most sense in the world to allow this development to occur because it's occurring in the county. That's really a decision I think that you as the city council will have to make. I want to just let you know that it does appear that water and sewer could serve this property if you elected to do so. And you have the comments from the fire department, and I think Caleb may or may not have any additional comments on this one from a planning perspective. And with that, I'll stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Warren. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
thanks, Warren. When we do our sewer master planning and when we analyze new developments, I know we look at the committed flow. And I just wanted to understand if we started making exceptions and doing this on a widespread basis, is there the possibility that if we started connecting up unanticipated sewer trunk connections, that we would run out of capacity at the edges of our impact area?
So excuse me, the answer to your question is if we started doing this on a wide scale basis, the answer to your question is yes, that could cause a problem for us. So we do run the model, analyze every single one of these. In the model, I hope you can appreciate, we always have what we refer to in the engineering world as a factor of safety. So we always have a little cushion. And so that's there precisely for these types of things. You know, we know that, you know, because of the sewer shed boundary may not always follow a property line, but there might be situations where we'll add a little here, deduct a little there, and so forth as the sewer shed develops. This property happens to be small enough, and its demand, because of the type of development it is, its demand is low enough that it's certainly within that, we can absorb it in that cushion area, in that extra area.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just to follow up. Yeah, I understand that it's feasible. I care a lot about consistency and planning and ensuring that the taxpayers that support large scale capital investments are the ones that get the benefit. Do you know an approximation of how much an entire sewer trunk costs the city? Just an idea of how many millions of dollars that one of those is worth?
Well, I can give you the central cost per foot. So right now, I think on a larger scale sewer trunk line like the McDermott trunk sewer line is probably going to be $400 to $500 per foot.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I'm not supportive of it. I think we get in the weeds and start parsing out whether or not, I think the situation before is the more unique scenario. don't know why we would entertain doing it. It's best, I think, to be crystal clear that it's not something the city does.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, I agree. And Warren, appreciate the fact that you found ways to, we could possibly within the margins provide water and sewer. It's all unlike the other one before where you have an existing situation that needs some assistance and that will be developed according to our plans in the future. This is something that is asking to build now, and yet we don't have fire protection. We don't have cross-access easements. The 10-mile plan will be altered and not adhered to. There's existing irrigation drain situation, pathway, building the pathway system for a park system. There's all these things that come to play that makes this a little bit different. So appreciate Public Works and finding, okay, we could do this and bring it to council and reaching out to all the other entities in the city to say, okay, how does that impact us as a community from our requirements? And that stack on that other side of the scale is way heavier. So I'm not in favor either.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I don't know if this is a question for Public Works or for planning. There's an application that has been made just to the south of this for a large industrial complex. And I think it would bring services if that were, again, we heard it and I think it got continued to the next couple of weeks. But if that were to be approved, then would that applicant be able to come in then and have an immediate congruent connection to city property? And like, is this a wait until this next application is heard and decided and then have a further discussion? Because now this parcel will be, I think, close to a city boundary. So maybe that's a question.
Well, if it was contiguous, they would have the right to apply.
Right.
Yeah.
As
Yeah, I was going to say if that's approved, I think they would be contiguous. And then I think what you would just say is come apply through the city and use the city's process, not the county's process.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think it's really important to be consistent. And there's a reason that we have committed flow and master plans. And if we deviate from those plans, it's not a good investment for our taxpayers. And I view this as circumventing the normal process of annexation and development. I believe if they're interested in the future and they can annex into the city, they should do that at that time. So I'm not supportive of this. Thanks.
That's a majority.
Okay, I was going to just maybe throw one anecdotal piece in there. I've also been approached by a property owner on the north side of Franklin who's probably watching tonight to see how this one goes about doing the same thing. So it's definitely not the last one that you'll see.
Thank you, Warren. With that, we'll move on to item 12, which is our Faneuil Department Annual Fund Transfer Proposal. Good evening, Mr. LeBoy.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I appreciate your time to discuss with you our annual proposal for fund balance transfer. As we present to you this annual proposal, this is part of our policy that finance has the option to make a proposal to council for consideration to move funds between or move dollars between our funds. Only council has the authority to approve such a transfer. We have the ability to propose, but we need your approval to actually make this official. So again, this is just a proposal for two transfers tonight. Again, I'm going to present to you the current fund balance balances of the general fund, the capital improvement fund, and the police safety fund. And then I'm going to present to you the proposals which have been submitted to you via a memo and an email from last week. Again, appreciate the questions that you presented to me between the email last week and today. Again, appreciate the dialogue. And then I will show you what the results of the fund balances look like with the proposals that I'm presenting to you. So again, the information I am presenting to you has been presented to you via PDF from last week. So the current fund balances for the items that we're going to discuss are currently, so as of 9/30/2021, which is the most recently completed audited set of financial statements, the general fund is currently sitting at a little over 59 million, the public safety fund, a little over 3.5 million, and the capital improvement fund sitting over 16.8 million. So again, the public safety fund, just to kind of give you an idea, and along with the capital improvement fund, we have these separate funds to set aside money so that the city of Meridian can construct capital infrastructure in the future. Again, we are a save before you spend. So we put our monies into these accounts so that when the projects come due, we can actually use these funds to help assist with completing the projects in a future year. So what I'm going to be requesting today is that we consider transferring a little over $3.265 million from the general fund's unassigned balance to our capital improvement fund so that we can use these funds at a later date to help construct future city of Meridian structures of infrastructure. And then the other request that I have today is transferring $1 million from the general fund's unassigned balance to our public safety fund, which is displayed on the screen accordingly. Again, those funds would be utilized for possible capital projects, fire stations, a precinct, maybe a ladder truck, vehicles for police, fire, things like that. So with that, the proposal I have set forth to or presented to you, again, the picture on the left or the top left is the fund balance as of 9/30. If you were to accept the proposal as I've submitted to you, the general fund would go from 59.3 down to 55 million. Public safety would go from 3.5 to 4.5. And then capital improvement fund would go from 18 to 20. So again, those are the proposals I have set forth for you. Again, some of the items that we would use these funds for, again, as we talked about, engine replacements, vehicle replacements, possible fire stations, community centers, precincts, golf course repairs, just anything called infrastructure, anything called capital here at the city. That's what we would use these funds for. And with that, I stand for any questions based on the proposal that I've submitted to you via the memo.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
maybe a silly question, but just to help me understand, is there a reason behind the timing of why this request comes now and not during the budgeting process, for example? Is it by ordinance or what's the reason?
Nope, fair question, Liz. The timing of this is just something we have in a schedule of our to-do list. We wait 1 month after our audited financials. So we want to make sure the financials are complete before we make any considerations. So that's the timing of it. It has nothing to do with the 23 budget or the 24 budget or any budgets going forward, because these funds are always still available to you. You're not losing access to this. We're just putting the monies in different buckets. So when a request comes up, we can discuss, should we use our fund savings to pay for this or not?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
one more. Is this consistent with, I recall when we went through the budget process, you were walking me through these funds and there was like a certain amount, it was based on a consistent percentage, I think, that got swept into these typically on an annual basis. Is this consistent with that methodology or is this a different amount?
Good question, Liz. So the larger number that's associated to the general fund transfer to the capital improvement fund, that is following our policy that we look at the revenues, excess revenues generated in the community development department. So it's not a formula. It's really, well, I guess it is a formula. It's whatever's excess. It's not a percentage though. It's whatever's excess. Do we want to consider moving that excess amount to the capital improvement fund? And that's what I have presented to you for that 3 million. The $1 million number is me looking at the next 5 years for the public safety department and saying, could we use some extra cash over the next 5 years to help the future council in relieving the burden of replacements? And that's where that 1 million comes from me. It's just an analysis of future costs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Todd, we had a well discussion tonight about how much it's cost and it's going to cost more. Fire chief was before us last week talking about fire stations, and it's going to cost more, difficulty in getting bids secured and how long they're going to hold them because costs keep going up. So how did you arrive at the numbers and try to use your crystal ball to figure out, hey, we better make sure we have enough money for what the fire stations, in this case, police precinct, other things will cost in the future? How did you arrive at that?
Fair question, Brad. So we do an annual 5-year CFP and an annual 10-year CFP. So the 5-year CFP was presented to you in December. And we conduct our analysis of all the revenues and expenditures and see what the crystal ball looks like at that time. So right now we have a 5-year fundable plan that's using all the funds, capital improvement, public safety, general fund. I just put it all in one bucket to see, do I have enough revenues to pay for all the other expenses? Just to let you know, these two transfers doesn't mean I can pay for everything. I'm still doing deficit spending. We're still balancing the act over the next 5 to 10 years. These are just, this is just a tool to allow us to put some money aside. So when we want to, we can tap into it, because you as council have set this money aside. Myself, Robert, anybody, we cannot use these funds other than the approval by you. So we're just trying to secure these funds for capital infrastructure down the road, as opposed to leaving it into unassigned fund balance, which can be easily moved by the city as opposed to the capital improvement fund or the public safety fund. So this does not solve our funding situation. This is just allocating funds so that you have it there for capital infrastructure requests.
And you can always move this wherever you want, whenever you want to, in the other fund, whenever you feel it's appropriate.
Yep.
So, I'm not the accountant. I find it kind of just like, okay, we're just gonna pull out of our checking and put it in savings 1 or savings 2 or savings 3. But you can move it from saving 1, 2, or 3 back into checking whenever you want to. So,
And yes, you have complete access to this still. We're not losing sight of this. We track it all for you.
I do think Mr. Lavoy would like a motion.
I would like a motion, Mayor. If you accept the proposal, we'll move forward with it. If not, we'd leave the funds where they are, and we still have access to them at the end of the day.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the annual fund transfer proposal presented by Finance Department tonight to the funds as designated that we saw on the slides.
I have a motion, and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those nay. You guys have it.
Thank you.
Agreed to. Thank you, Todd. Do I have another motion?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
I would move that we go into an executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061D.
I have a motion, second, to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Morton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, and we are moved into executive session. Council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move that we come out of executive session.
Motion second, to come out of executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? You guys have it, and we're out of executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move that we adjourn.
Have a motion to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.
No, but I've had similar conversations. Good. I like this.
Council, call the meeting to order. For the record, it is Tuesday, April 12th, 2022 at 6:04 PM. We'll begin this evening's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Councilman Byrne.
Here.
Councilwoman Burrow, Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland, sorry, Borton Hoagland.
Yes, here.
Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If we'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Looks like we did not have anyone signed up under the community invocation. So with that, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move adoption of the agenda as published.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. That's quick. We have anyone sign up under the public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, well, if I could ask the Hawaii High School boys basketball team to join me at the podium, if they can hear me out there in the
Chris, can you admit me?
Well, not just for you. I'm the short one here. There we go. Yeah, I had the pleasure of the wrestling team from another school recently, and they were much more my height. So, but it's great to see you all here this evening. Well, and council, I think we're excited to have our first state championship team from Hawaii High School. So first, congratulations to you all. We really like to honor those high schools in Meridian. I know all of you may not live in Meridian because Hawaii does serve a larger area than just Meridian, but we want to say thank you and congratulations on your success on the court. But we know it goes a lot further than that through the hard work of your coach and the administration, the teachers, and all the people that came out and watched the games. I had the pleasure of coming to one of the games. I was quite impressed. And so I do expect this is not going to be the last time I see you back here in the coming years. So what we're going to do is we'll just read a little proclamation. Then if you don't mind coming up and saying your name, year and position. So we have that on the record. There will also be another proclamation that we'll put in there with this information, but appreciate you being here. So whereas being a Hawaii High School boys basketball player is more than scoring points, making assists, grabbing rebounds, stealing the ball, and achieving state titles. It is training to build leadership, character, confidence, teamwork, and resilience. All traits need to succeed on the court, in the classroom, and in the real world. And whereas the brand new West State School sports program did what no 5A basketball team had done since 1995 and won a state title in its first season. And whereas Hawaii finished the year on a 20-game winning streak and often embraced the role of underdog. And whereas the Hawaii Storm basketball team concluded a historic first season with the 50-43 win over Centennial in the 5A state championship, bringing the first state title banner back to the brand new high school. And whereas the leadership, training, and discipline of their coaches helped all team members to focus their talents, passion, and determination to become a winning team, with each player making valuable contributions to their victory. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, hereby proclaim April 12th, 2022 as Hawaii High School Boys Basketball State Champions Day in the city of Meridian, and call upon the community to join me in congratulating the Hawaii High School Storm on their remarkable athletic achievement and representing Meridian so proudly in the state tournament. Congratulations. So Jack, if you wouldn't mind going forward, I mean, first, and then we'll have a City of Meridian pin flag.
I'm Jack Payne. I'm a senior. I played point guard this year.
I'm Preston Sherburne. I'm a guard and I'm class of 2023.
My name's Jackson Rogers. I'm a freshman and I'm a shooting guard.
My name is Liam Campbell. I'm a sophomore and I play shooting guard.
My name is Reese Esser Gunson. I'm a junior and I'm a forward.
I'm Carson Hamilton. I'm a junior and I'm also a guard.
I'm McCain Saavedra, class of 2025, and I'm a point guard.
I'm Cameron Downey. I'm a freshman and I'm a guard.
I'm Braden Hanson. I'm a senior and I played guard.
Barrett Fernandez. I'm a junior. I'm shooting guard.
I'm Titus Bailey. I'm a junior and I'm a guard.
I'm Jackson Rasmussen. I'm a freshman. I play shooting guard.
My name's Kaden Rogers and I am a student assistant coach.
And Coach, would you like to come up and say some words on the team? Oh, he's not. Okay, he didn't. Oh. Okay. Coach, if you'd like to come and just say a few words about the team and how proud of them you are.
Sorry for being late. Telling go 28-25, I guess.
thanks for doing this. These guys work super hard all from the summer throughout the year. I mean, when I first met most of these guys, some of these guys we didn't meet until late June. We were practicing it at the park over at Heroes Park or at Star Middle School with like 3 or 4 basketballs, and we still didn't know each other very well, but these guys work super hard throughout the year. They work on their craft all the time. They're good kids. They do well in the classroom. Most of our guys have above a 3.5 GPA. So off the court, they're phenomenal. Anything in terms of volunteer stuff, they're always there, even though, you know, they don't have to be. So it's just a fun group of guys that came together and in a short amount of time. And I know a lot of teams that we played this year had a ton of experience, but I probably don't even need this. Gotcha. But these guys they kept coming every day. You know, a lot of people, I think, were circling our game as a big time challenge. And we just worked super hard and stayed the course. And we had great leadership from both Jack and Braden Hansen, our 2 seniors. So no, we really appreciate all the support we had all season. The city of Meridian and the city of Star were phenomenal. So yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Matthew Bauman, assistant coach.
Rob Seelick, assistant coach.
Is Allison McIrvin here? Do you want to come up and join me, Allison? You have emails? Okay. A few more, but awesome. Appreciate it. So we are also going to be doing the month of the military child this evening with the proclamation. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, invite you forward to say any words you have related to this issue that we're here supporting and celebrating this evening. Whereas April is the month of the military child and is an opportunity to recognize military children for their courage, personal sacrifices, and resilient spirit. And whereas the strength of our armed forces comes not just from those who wear the uniform, but from their families who also serve on behalf of our country. And whereas military children continue to make significant contributions to family and community as they endure prolonged and repeated absences of one or both parents. And whereas these children and youth are a source of pride and honor to us all, and is only fitting that we take time to recognize their contributions and celebrate their spirit. And whereas the month of the military child will recognize that military children serve too, and citizens of Meridian will be afforded the opportunity to don the color purple every Friday in April in support of these children. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, hereby proclaim April 2022 as the month of the military child in the city of Meridian, and encourage the residents of our community and communities across the country to observe the month with appropriate ceremonies to honor, support, and thank military children. So congratulations. If you'd like to come forward and make any comments.
So as our lovely mayor said, April is the month of the military child, and here we have the wonderful youth. So we work out on Gowan Field and we supply events. And this is our teen panel. So really this month is for them. They really support the family. And as we all know, children are the future. And so we are here to celebrate them. We want to thank the city of Meridian and the city council for celebrating with us. Thank you.
So we have one more thing this evening. Chief, do you want to come forward?
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and the family, the Meridian Fire family, and as well as Jordan Reese's family, welcome this evening. It's my privilege to welcome our new Division Chief of Training, Jordan Reese, to the Meridian Fire family. Jordan is a native of Idaho. He and his family have moved back to Idaho from spending the past 13 years in Gig Harbor, where he served with the North Mason Regional Fire Authority. He was also, prior to that, he was a United States Marine and he was an officer of Marines. He served 2 combat tours in Iraq. He also has a master's degree from the University of Washington, and he's completed his executive fire officer credential from the National Fire Academy. And I really like bringing that piece up because in the state of Idaho, there are only 9 executive fire officer graduates, and now the city of Meridian has 3. Just a little insight on this training division position. There was over 30 applicants from across the country, and it was a pretty intensive process. I'm sure Jordan can attest to that. We had regional support in the panel and the selection process from our neighbors from across the Treasure Valley. We also had members of the executive leadership team, including Councilman Borton. We also had Lorelei McVeigh, Public Works Director, as well as Police Chief Tracy Bastrachea that participated in the process. So as Chief Reese assumes his new assignment, I know he's eager to serve the work. And one of the interesting things about Chief Reese was that it's very difficult to articulate, but it's very easy to see what good leadership and leadership potential looks like. And I can tell you with his passion for the profession, the humility that he brings to the position, he's going to be profoundly successful as the new Division Chief of Training. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to call Jordan Reese up here to have you swear him in. And then afterwards, I'd like to have his wife, Melissa, his daughters, Savannah, Amelia, and Nevaeh come up and present him his badge.
Jordan, if you'd like to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do hereby declare that I will support the Constitution of the United States in the state of Idaho, and that I will faithfully discharge my duties as Division Chief of Training to the Meridian Fire Department and to the citizens of Meridian to the best of my ability. I promise to protect and enhance our community through professionalism and compassion in accordance with the Meridian Fire Department's guiding principles and policies. Congratulations.
Hey, guys, you don't have to run off. We got an exciting meeting coming. I mean, you're welcome to stay.
That's a great way to start off a council meeting. So with that, we'll move on to the rest of our agenda for this evening. First up, under action items is item number 4, public hearing continued from March 22nd, 2022 for Eagle Crossing, H 2021-0104. We will continue this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be here with you tonight. I have a few team members that weren't up to speed today or up to par to be here and present to you tonight. So I've gone ahead and asked the coach to put me in and come off the bench and provide you some riveting conversations this evening. Hopefully it'll be expeditious and we'll get out of here in time before the sun goes down. So first item on your agenda this evening is the Eagle Crossing MDA. This is a development agreement modification. This property was before you in 2005 and was annexed in as part of the Sadie Creek development. Since that time, this 3-acre piece has been broken off from the additional acreage that was approved with the Villa Sport development. And so at the time that this split off and received new ownership, it did have a new concept plan that was required as part of that development. And here you can see the graphic. There's essentially 4 pad sites, 4 buildings proposed to be on this site. I know recently we were in front of you on a previous application for this building in the southwest corner of the site. That has been resolved, and then the urgent care is currently constructed along with all the parking and landscaping along the street frontages. So this property is zone CG and it's currently mixed use regional on your future land use map. So the applicant, and so since the time that this concept plan was tied to a DA, now we have new ownership of the property. And so now they have a different vision than what this previous concept plan is. And so on this particular graphic here, the applicant, as I mentioned to you, here's the revised concept plan. Here's 2 buildings that are currently, one's open and operating with an urgent care. The other is a multi-tenant building with a restaurant, well, actually 2 restaurants and a drive-through. And so the applicant's essentially reducing the amount of commercial square footage on the site in order to provide 2 smaller footprints on the northern half of the site and include 2 additional drive-throughs on the property. I would mention to you, since there's already 1 additional drive-through on this property, the other 2 will require a conditional use permit in front of planning and zoning. So really the first step for tonight is to get your blessing on the MDA if you like the revised concept plan and change this more of a multi-tenant type commercial development to more, we call it vehicular dominated development, because you will have additional trips coming in and to and through this site and having more potential congestion on the site because of the number of drive-throughs on it. I would also mention to you that I had a conversation with the applicant this afternoon. Prior to them submitting or at least when in discussions with staff, they went ahead and did a traffic study and analyzed this concept plan against the previous concept plan. And they have some information they want to share with you as to how much trip generations would be increased or decreased based on the changes that you see here this evening. So I won't steal the applicant's thunder this evening. I'll go ahead and let them present that to you in their presentation to you this evening. So in essence, staff is recommending approval of this modification. We do have the recommended DA provisions in front of you here this evening. I looked at the public testimony or the public record this afternoon, did not see there was any public testimony in the record. So with that, I'll go ahead and stand for any questions, conclude my presentation, and open to any discussions on these DA provisions.
Thank you, Bill. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Is the applicant here to come forward? Or are they online?
I believe they're online.
Okay.
I believe I have the applicant coming in as a panelist. I do.
Got another hand raised.
I don't know who the applicant is, Mr. Mayor. I've got multiple. It is Taylor. Okay. Now you're coming in as a panelist.
Taylor, if you can unmute yourself and say your name and address for the record, and you'll be recognized for 15 minutes.
Are you guys able to hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can hear you now.
I hadn't unmute. Did you hear any of that?
No, we did not.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Taylor Lindsley. I'm representing Waldrop Development Group. I'm a project manager with them, and I am joined by Robert Booth. He's our VP of Development, and then Sonia Deladin, who we approached for the traffic study, has joined us as well. I know originally the concept plan that we anticipate to change, and well, our goal to modify the existing development agreement to include a revised concept plan is in response to what the market will bear. The mass influx and growth of Meridian directly correlates increased costs on all fronts of development, including the land basis, resulting in very few users that can provide the highest and best use of this lot. And we want it to still be economically feasible to provide the services in the surrounding community. And doing so, through this process, we have consolidated 2 of the 3 front lots for 2 reasons. One is to maintain consistency with the original development agreement. And the second is to maintain proper drive-through stacking for the tenant on the hard corner, which will allow proper queuing to stay within their lot and avoid any congestion within the site. We have received unanimous support during the neighborhood meeting, and with concerns about ingress and egress, we have approached Kittleson Associates to conduct that traffic study, which concluded a trip generation for the proposed uses that will result in a maximum of 2.6% increased trip generation during weekday AM peak hours. Ultimately, this results in a very little impact on the operations of the surrounding area. And with access being a point that was brought up, I'd also like to note that access to development is proposed on the shared driveway from East Houston Road on the west side of our site. And this will continue south to the roundabout, ultimately allowing a second ingress and egress point further south in the development on Eagle Road. We are basically here to prelude the specific site concept plan for each drive-through. And with this DA amendment, we want to allow, and with this DA amendment approval, we're hopeful that it will allow a more thorough examination once we come in with the CUP applications, which we will be more than happy to facilitate at the later date with our tenants. That's pretty much all I've got. Anything with the traffic studies, I'd like to defer to Sonia, but as far as the site layout and the building sizes, we've increased that drive-through on the hard corner, as you can see, to allow proper circulation, and we don't believe that we'll have any safety issues or any kind of congestion for parking or any circulation on the site. That's kind of where I'm at right now. If anyone has any questions, feel free.
Right. Taylor, can you give us your address for the record?
The address of the site is 3185 East Houston Road.
For your business address?
Business address is 6991 East Camelback Road, Suite D300, Scottsdale, Arizona.
All right, thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
Taylor, is there going to be, there will be a right in, right out on Eagle Road. Is it the same on U-Stick? I think that's protected lane there. So is that how that would work? And anybody that wants to make a left in is going to have to go down to the light on Center Point?
Yes, it will be.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just briefly, Taylor, does this increase the parking, number of parking spaces available from what the existing plan was? Just curious about that.
This actually reduces the required parking, and we have more than enough, an adequate amount of parking to support this.
And this is Robert Booth. I'm the VP here. I'm just sitting back. I could just comment to that one comment. By reducing the size of the building, we're actually, the required parking amount is reduced. So we'll have now excess parking from what would be required. So we'll have more parking available because of the reduction in the size of the buildings.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Follow up on that. Yeah, that I understand the concept for that. And it looks like with these drive-throughs, your people are not coming to stay. It's more pushing people through and coming in and going out pretty quickly. But when you use the number, a 2.6% increase in what trip generation peak AM, I think it was. Okay, that's 2.6% of what? What's the peak AM traffic like? Do we have a traffic count for that?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, Sonia, would you step in here?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Mayor Simonson, City Council members, this is Sonia Delyden with Kittleson and Associates. Address here is 101 South Capitol Boulevard, Suite 600 in Boise. We are a transportation engineering and planning firm, and Wadsworth Development Group reached out to us to evaluate the traffic impacts of this proposed DA modification. I'll clarify a few things that have been said. So what we did was compare the overall trip generation of the site plan you see here and the proposed concept plan to that currently approved. And what we found with that is this concept plan will generate slightly more AM peak hour trips, largely due to the coffee shop use, but then actually also in contrast to that, generate significantly fewer PM peak hour trips. So what we found is that the current plan generates the current plan is estimated to generate 23 weekday AM peak hour trips, and this plan will generate 47. So a difference of about 24 trips. That's 24 trips, but because these trips go in and out, it's actually only 12 additional vehicles. But then in the PM peak hour, this new plan is estimated to generate 26 weekday PM peak hour trips compared to 62 in the existing plan. So that's approximately two-thirds fewer trips than is currently proposed. The percentages that were quoted, those are actually percentages of the existing traffic volumes along both Ustick Road and Eagle Road today. So this plan, and this is total trips, not just the net increase in trips, but the total traffic generated by this development is only 2.6% of the weekday AM traffic volumes on Ustick Road. And then it's less in the PM and then significantly less percentage of the volumes on Eagle Road. And just for context of that, the Ada County Highway District, their threshold for a traffic impact study is typically triggered when a development generates 10% or more of the volumes on the surrounding roadway system. So you can see the impact of the trips from this development is relatively minor and would not trigger additional study from the Ada County Highway District. Hopefully that helps to clarify your question, Council Member Holgram.
Mr. Mayor, Sonia.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yes, it does. Thank you for that information. That was very helpful.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I don't know who on your team would like to respond to this, but just going back to the flow of traffic, given that there's going to be 3 drive-throughs in close proximity, I assume that most of the traffic is going to come from Eagle Road, and that means that they are going to take that left turn at Center Point. How is that going to flow from the Center Point entrance over to this project site?
Well, there's going to be a shared access point to the west of our site, which is Cajun Lane. That Center Point lane is too far to the west, so they'll be accessing the site with Cajun Lane, as you can see on the concept plan, to the west there, that runs down the spine of the site, that middle row of parking spaces. Yeah, right there. Right to the left of our site. Yeah, so our site is surrounded in the red square. There's a Cajun Lane, which is a shared access drive between us and the future developer of the project to the west of us. That runs completely south to that roundabout and then back out on Eagle Drive or Road. So the access point is the Cajun Lane, not Center Point.
Mayor, Council, if I can just expand on that a little bit. So that's the ultimate build out to happen. Right now, this is the first site to develop. So currently all they're going to have is a right in, right out to USTIC for some time until either Villasport develops or they work with that developer to build something on their property. Right now, they just have the right to have this shared access here, but nothing going across to the west to tie into that light. So that may have to funnel through that residential subdivision to the south, or when Villa Sports come in, hopefully both of them will work together on cross access between them. I can let you know that that property has since sold. So Villa Sport may not be happening on that site. So there may be a future development application in front of you to talk about a redesign for that particular 11 acres.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
And I guess I'm looking on Google Maps because I thought my assumption was, isn't Cajun Lane a private drive?
Yes. Mayor, members of the council, councilman, it is. And if you recall, when we did the project, Bienville Square subdivision, we verified that cross access was grounded for them to use that. So we have all the access points in place to make it happen. It's just when it gets built and who does it. And if there's agreements outside of our purview to make that happen.
Council, any further questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
it's Sandra, did you say that northeast corner, is that a coffee shop? Is that under contract for a coffee shop? Is that what I heard?
Yes, I can answer that question. We have 2 contracts for both of these lots, and just a little bit of background. We purchased this property from someone who had gone in and done this development agreement. Our understanding through dealing with staff initially was that we would be able to move forward kind of with the concepts as a quote unquote concept plan, and then come in with the site specific applications. We have these 2 users who are under contract, signed, fully executed, and they cannot come in with their site plan applications because the concept plan didn't match up exactly. So the purpose here is really the hope is to get our concept plan approved, at which then a later date, shortly after, these applicants will come in for their site specific site plan applications, where there can be a further refinement and or discussion on the site specific nature of their buildings and flow.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I guess a question for Bill. Is there any, so if we approve this with the recommended provisions, I think one thing I would be concerned about, I understand the rationale here. We have a coffee shop that's morning traffic, and we have, maybe a restaurant or something. It looks like I see one listed at least in this concept plan. So it feels like complementary uses because one is more in the morning and one is more during the day and at night. But we don't have any guarantee that that's the type of tenant that's going to be here, right? So I guess I'd be curious if planning staff recommends any type of DA provision, or just if we could finalize something closer to when they actually sign the leases, or what
Yeah,
mitigants.
the leases are executed. They're fully executed leases in place. And they in fact, our tenants are threatening action against us because we don't have this done. So they're waiting and on the heels to come into planning commission to get them. So these are done deals. We just need the concept plan to reflect what they will submit.
Councilman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick follow-up. So do you mind telling us like what term leases are they? Are they 5-year leases,
No,
1-year
they're-
leases?
Yeah, they're long-term. I think we're 20 and 15 years respectively.
You have 20, sorry, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
So just so I understand, you have 20 and 15-year leases with, I'm assuming, large credit tenants? Are they large
that-
franchises? Like, just give me a feel for if they're going to be around.
Yeah, they are credit tenants, been around, names that you would certainly know, and long-term leases.
Thanks for answering that.
Sure.
Councilman Burnt.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Project looks okay. I would like to know like the traffic flow in this parking lot. My only concern is that the flow and where traffic is going to go with 3 different drive-throughs. It's concerning. So is there a way you can help me navigate where the traffic will be entering in these drive-throughs and will it be exiting, and what the traffic flow would be like?
I would tell you that, I mean, you can see from the site plan on the screen, entrances and exits of those proposed
I get that.
drive-throughs. But as it relates to specific traffic counts and flows, I would defer you to our next applications where we could have specific studies done. The tenants would be bringing in those applications. And
No, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
I'm not interested in knowing what the traffic count is. I think we've already heard that. I want to know what the flow looks like in that parking lot. I want to know where traffic is going to be navigating through the parking lot. That's what I want to know. It wouldn't be such a big deal, but you have 3 drive-throughs in there. That's a big deal. I just want to know what it looks like. I don't want it to be, and Dutch Bros local coffee shop. If you see a Dutch Bros, I mean, their lines are pretty long. They're pretty popular coffee shop. People frequent quite a bit. So
yeah, that's a fair point, Councilman. We actually originally, to kind of combat that, we had 3 and had a plat approved at one point for 3 buildings up along the frontage, and we actually got rid of one completely, and the coffee user taking up both of those lots for that specific, so they can have substantial stacking to counteract that point. And then the flow, the entrance for the coffee user, I can't control the screen, but it's at the center of the screen moving eastward, exiting on the right-hand side. And then would exit towards the center. There's one point of entrance, egress and egress into our development. And so that's how they would enter and exit, but they would flow kind of in a clockwise manner on the coffee user, and they would flow on the larger multi-tenant building to the south. They would flow and come in and immediately turn right, and then would stack around the building, and then would again exit in the same manner. So clockwise theirs as well. I guess that's counterclockwise. Am I getting at what you're asking for, Councilman?
no, but I just want to know what it flows like when the cars are in the parking lot, where they're, what's their pathway? Where's the natural pathway of where they will be going, where they will be entering, where they're going to be leaving? That's what I would like to know. But I mean, I guess I can guess, but I don't know.
Yeah,
think that-
and we would certainly have that information for you when we come in for the site-specific site plan to approved. Our thought was this was a concept plan to be further approved, and we would have that information at the next step was our thought, but I'm happy to provide you some follow-up information if that's something you'd like now.
I'll save comment. We'll see if there's any further questions from council, if we want to see if any from the public wants to testify. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone from the public who signed up to provide testimony?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Is there anybody here in the audience who would like to provide testimony on this item or online who would like to provide testimony? You can either use the raise your hand feature or come forward at this time. Okay. Seeing nobody, I guess I will return any questions or comments for council before we ask the applicant to wrap up.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just to double check with Bill. So this is a concept plan. You have the DAs that you're proposing to be adopted. And then when it comes back for the conditional use permit, then those details will have to be nailed down of traffic flow, how it's going to work, will it work, and modifications might have to be made from what they're showing right now for a concept. But right now, we're just doing the concept plan with further details to be nailed down later. Is that correct?
Mayor, members of the council, that is correct, but that's really the main purpose of why we're here tonight too, is because, when you have multiple drive-throughs on a property, there's a tendency to have conflicts. And we wanted to bring that to your attention because the original concept plan had one drive-through. And when you add three in close proximity to one another, that's when we start having some of those concerns. But you're right, it's part of that CUP process, which goes to Planning and Zoning Commission. That's where they have to provide adequate stacking, make sure there's adequate exit lanes, make sure that they don't block drive aisles, block access to roadways. And those are things that they show us and demonstrate as part of their CUP process. But in this particular case, since there is a concept plan, we have to get that modified first. So this is really the first wrong step in the process to get them moving forward to that CUP. We have pre-app with both Dutch Brothers and Wiener Schnitzel, which are the drive-through tenants that we're aware of going on the site. And this is the information we conveyed to them during their pre-application meetings, that we, in good faith, could not just allow them to go forward with their conditional use permits on their drive-throughs without modifying the DA. We didn't feel that was consistent with the concept plan that we have in place currently.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
here's the challenge I think that I wrestle with on this one is, and the applicant, if they would have brought them either together or right after each other, we could at least see the CUP application and see how some of these obvious questions that are being asked here are going to be resolved. Understand one begets the other, but the problem with approving just the DA mod here with this concept plan is it sort of half cooks the CUP in a way that we're not certain is appropriate. So, and this is a pretty big intersection, pretty important project. The questions about circulation are huge. There could be such problems with circulation that in order to approve a CUP, this concept plan we're looking at doesn't apply. And they might have to get amended again. It could be such a drastic change. So some of the hesitation is caused by not having those applications either together or closely aligned. That would help us answer questions. So we say, I'm okay with the DA modification. The concept plan makes sense because I see how the conditions of approval can address our concerns in that CUP application. So, but we don't have that yet.
Yeah, Mayor, members of council, it's really it's a code issue, to be honest with you, because as you know, the CUPs go to P&Z, right. DAs come to you. So we try not to bundle those because we don't want the applicants to waste $1,400 on a CU if you guys don't approve of the concept plan. So where we kind of see a conflict I shouldn't say a conflict, when we see that we have concerns with a concept plan that's different in the DA, we'd rather have the applicant pay $500, get in front of you and see whether or not you would support it rather than having staff process additional applications and fees and send them down that road and then have to refund that because you guys didn't support the DA mod. But they certainly could have done that and commingled them together and done them concurrently and brought those CUPs up to you. But we, again, at this particular one, we're with you. We met with them. When you're looking at a commercial piece of property and you look at this site plan, there's a lot of blacktop on here and not a lot of building footprint, so to speak. And that's where, those are some of the conversations that we had with them moving forward. It's like, why can't you do a multi-tenant building with a drive-through? Can you add more building square footage on this and give that ability to do that rather than having it all look like stacking lanes on a site? And that's the challenge that we're faced with this evening. It's a concept plan. We realize they have to go through a CUP, but even just to accommodate the stacking for the coffee shop, you're wasting a commercial lot. I mean, that was the conversation we were having with the applicant, making sure that this site was developed correctly so that it did fit in with the character and the surrounding area as well. So that, I think all of these things that you bring up are things that we've discussed at the pre-application meeting with the applicant as well. It is a tough site. And given the fact that you only have a right in, right out until other properties develop, it even makes it more difficult when you're that's why we brought that issue to you, that it's more vehicle oriented now, because more people will stay in their cars. So you are going to have more traffic going in and out of this and no way to disperse traffic until you have additional properties developed and that interconnectivity.
Again, I understand we're chicken, egg, but I think the important part is, 3 turning movements to get into a stacking lane in a, kind of back to where Councilman Burnt was, that doesn't seem appropriate. So you'd like to have a better idea. And, we've all seen Dutch Bros. There's no parking that's nearby a Dutch Brothers. And so to have the way the asphalt is set up around here, well, who are those parking spaces by Dutch Brothers really serving in this case? I mean, so I know that all can happen in a different manner, but it doesn't seem to make sense with what you're showing to ask council to make a decision. That's my 2 cents, but we are in a public testimony. If you'd like to come forward and make any comments, just wait till you get up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record, and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes for any questions or comments.
Richard Lasher, 2326 East Garber in Meridian. The building on the
Stay up on the microphone, please, so that
You can't hear him.
It should be on your screen right there.
the building on the southeast corner, is that the urgent care? The other building, to the left of it, the larger building is what? Is that the Royal Dalton? Okay, and that's been approved? And
Mr. Parsons?
Yes, sir. That we've approved the restaurant use in that building.
obviously we've had some issues with the owner before, and I guess he changed enough of his plan to make it amenable to the council.
It didn't have to come, again, it's a restaurant, which is different. That's just through the planning department. That's not a council level decision, since it met all the existing requirements for any restaurant.
Okay, and do we have a time frame of when they start to build?
I can answer that. We're under construction now. We've broken ground, so that is underway.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Question for the applicant. There's one of the problems is that third drive-through that is connected to that multi-tenant building, not knowing what that's going to be. I mean, one thing that helps is knowing what's going to be in that northeast corner, what's going to be in the northwest corner, and seeing that their uses, the timing of that's going to be different. Not many people are going for hot dogs at 8 a.m. in the morning, so that does help. But that third in the multi-tenant building for that drive-through, that's kind of the wild card that can really impact traffic flow. Is, if it's a sandwich
Sure.
shop or something like that, any insight you can give us on that
Sure,
one?
absolutely. Yeah, those are signed leases. So the Dalton Royal is the user on the west end, the restaurant, and then there will be a smaller 1,400 square foot Jamba Juice that is the drive-through user for that pad, and that drive-through, I believe, is already approved and underway, and it's under construction. So the other two that we're talking about are the ones that would come in later for the CUP on the north side.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
just talking out loud. So, and I guess maybe a question for the applicant, not a really a question, just a comment. So I knew it was a multi-tenant building, but I didn't appreciate the Jamba Juice aspect. So in fact, you have 4 different restaurant or food type uses on the site, 3 of which are drive-throughs. And then I'm assuming that the restaurant will not use the Royal, whatever the name of it is now, will not use the drive-through. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, it is a lot of drive-throughs to put in this one site. I'm kind of with Councilman Burt in the sense that, I'd love to see, I guess, a more detailed analysis of the traffic flows and kind of how, and the problem with this one, once this thing goes down the road, I mean, we can't remove it. And so if there is a huge traffic nightmare here on this site from any one of these uses stacking up, it's going to be a real problem. We can't undo it. I wish I'd probably be okay with 2 of them, but I'm not loving 3. And I feel bad for you because I know you've got signed leases that you're in a really tough spot, but I just want to give you that feedback right now.
No, it's a fair point. We've gone down, maybe give you some little bit of just background into what, and you're probably familiar, so forgive me if I'm telling you things you already know, but COVID changed things a little bit. Drive-throughs are becoming more popular, not less. And so what we're finding, and this is we develop in about 11 Western states. So it's not specific to Idaho or Arizona or Utah, but with existing construction costs and where they're going, which are astronomical, we've seen a 30% increase in the last 4 months. That's not annualized. That's a 4-month increase in costs, and we've been trying to find ways to do development. What ends up happening is the people who can afford really to pay the freight on construction tend to be higher users, such as the coffee users. And the reasons that we've shifted away, because we've owned this site for multiple years trying to do multi-tenant retail, and it doesn't pencil. We can't, it will continue to sit. So this was our solution in terms of how we can provide a benefit to the community, which I think it is. The reason that these users are what they are is because people enjoy the service, right? So I think the community would enjoy the service if we can get by your concerns as it relates to flow of traffic within the site. But it really has come down to the shift away from the existing concept plan that we bought into to these users that we're showing, because they're the ones who can afford to pay the rent that it costs based on current construction costs. And that's kind of the dilemma that we face as the developer. So that's kind of how we've come up with this plan, and feel that it's workable. And I apologize, maybe we had misunderstood. We would have come, I think, a little bit better prepared in terms of flow. We maybe misunderstood or had just, some in our discussions with staff, we thought that level of analysis would come at the next application. And so, I apologize for not having that here. We thought that would come next, and this was just more concept. And so, yeah, I apologize.
I don't think there's an apology. That would be the normal process, but unfortunately, this site has more questions because of this change and desire.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Borton.
Question for Bill. Procedurally, could the questions that aren't answered today, if they're answered as part of a CUP application, if that were the case, acting on this doesn't necessarily accelerate the tenant ultimately utilizing the properties. If the CUP is applied for, wouldn't that answer this questions on circulation and avoid the problem of an approval today of this concept plan, and then the CUPs get denied? For example, let's say there's some unresolved issue with circulation. Now we got a concept plan that they can't utilize, and you're going to be modifying the DA again. So not trying to waste the applicant's time, but is there any harm to tabling this, encouraging the CUP and trying to get answers to the unanswered questions on how this thing's going to actually circulate?
There, Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Borton, it's back to the mayor's comments, chicken before the egg.
Right.
But certainly in instances where a DA mod was being sought outside of the CUP process, or if it was out of sequence, we have conditioned the CUP that they get a DA mod approved or something to that effect. I mean, obviously we know this one's in process now, you're looking at it. So certainly you can continue it out, wait and see what the planning and zoning does, and then come back and do that. But ultimately, again, this is a DA mod. It's at your discretion. If you don't like this previous plan better than the previous plan, you have the ultimate authority to say that that's something that you don't like. Now, what I can tell you is, from what I see here, I can see how the traffic's going to funnel through here. I don't know, not a traffic engineer, but I do drive the community, and I've been to Dutch Brothers, and I can tell you they're busy throughout the day. It's not an AM, PM peak hours. They're busy through afternoons. I see cars stacked there all the time. And rightfully, I hope so. I'm glad they're doing a gangbuster business out there. But to me, just with my planner hat on, it's tough for me to see this much asphalt on a site when you could have so much more. And again, I'm not a developer. I don't pretend to know all the financials that go into it. But that's really where we had a lot of the concern, is that, we want well-integrated, well-designed, thoughtful layouts. And when we look at sites like this and we have conversations with applicants, that's where we struggle, because the code may allow you to do something. It doesn't mean it looks attractive, or it doesn't mean it's right for a particular property. And that's, in my mind, if I'm looking at this, and certainly I know we're not into the weeds and all of those details, but I'm hoping the applicant would want to do something to mitigate the view of those drive-throughs. How do you soften that asphalt? How do you enhance the landscaping or berm it or do something just to make it look more attractive rather than seeing a bunch of cars stacked up in a drive-through lane? So again, those are a lot of things we get into with CUPs. We talk about that at pre-apps as well, because we don't want the drive-through to be the dominant focal point. And to me, when you look at this site plan, I see nothing but drive-through here. And that's really more of a planning issue than more of a design issue. Again, I think lunch hours and evenings, you're probably going to have more people at the restaurant. But again, Dutch Bros in this particular case is not that close to schools, and where the other ones are a little bit closer to high schools and everything. So they do tend to get more traffic. But again, I'm with you. There's only one way in and out of this at this time, and that's why we bring that to your attention too. That's really the concern. If we had all the pieces together and can see how it all funnel traffic out, we're probably having a different conversation. But for now, if the applicant moves forward with their conditional use permit and they're successful to get both of those approved and get the DA mod approved, then I can't tell you when the other property around is going to develop. I don't have the timing on that.
Okay.
Just a comment on that. How can we, should we be required to wait for the other property to develop?
Is that a
It's a
question
hard
for-
thing from an ownership standpoint on your piece of property, right? That we're trying to do as best as we can. And, there are certainly planning constraints and traffic constraints, and then there are market constraints also. And our objective is to try and kind of weigh all of those, which we've done for the last 3 years, trying to make this happen. And so I appreciate very much the discussion but we've done our level best for sure to work with staff, to work with the community, to work with the brokers, to work with everybody to make something that would work. We've had meetings ad nauseum with the last owner who didn't end up developing, trying to be a good neighbor, talking to get cross access. We've tried for access for the south. Like we've done everything we can in terms of moving this thing forward. And this is at this point the plan that we think kind of checks most of the boxes that will work in a market which is a very hard market to develop in presently. And so just a few thoughts there.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said by my fellow council members, but continuing the line of thinking with Councilman Borton, not only, do we have an issue, I believe, with kind of how we're going to hear these, but if one CUP is approved before the other, if they're not heard in the same meeting with planning and zoning, then we've created an additional problem, which is, maybe what we see on the concept plan, general concept plan, and then the specifics are all fleshed out with Dutch Brothers, and now somehow that interferes with how the traffic's going to flow with Wiener Schnitzel. The problem's going to compound, and if it's possible, I'd be in favor of wanting to hear the D modification and the CUPs all together at the same time. This needs to be looked at as a whole. I don't know if it's possible for us to do that or not. But I think that you could approve one CUP, and unless you're hearing it at a similar time, you could cause challenges for the next one. I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding that correctly.
Yeah, we still haven't heard from the applicant. If you want to get to close the public hearing.
I'm sorry, was that a question to the applicant?
No, I think we're trying to figure out if we want to go to final comments from the applicant yet, or if council wants to consider asking for a modified potential CUP revision site plan before they'd want to consider this action. And, again, I understand this is going to go through a process, but we're basically creating a drive-through lot that has all the drive aisles, all the car lots backing into the drive aisles for 3 different drive-throughs in this concept. Even from that very basic principle, everything in the middle should be turned a different direction so that you're not backing into where your likely drive directions are to get people around the park. So I think that there's a lot of questions about this, what the CUP could bring. I think there's solutions though. I honestly do. But preferred direction from staff on, can you think working with the applicant to come up with again, it doesn't have to be their actual CUP plan, but maybe something more along the lines of the CUP? It sounds like they might have been thinking they could do that.
Sure, Mayor, members of the council, I think that would be great. It sounds like continuation. Maybe work with the applicant, come back with site circulation plan. Maybe a slight redesign to see, so you minimize some of those conflicts and work with the applicant and see if you can get a comfort level with additional drive-throughs on the site rather than wait. I don't think Councilman Borton was asking to move this, catch this up to a CUP. I think his intention was postpone this action on this and allow them to submit CUP with a condition that planning and zoning looks at it and then bring those back to this body at a date and talk about the DA mod then. If I misunderstood that, Councilman Borton, let me know, but I don't think that was your intention to remand this or have this go with CUPs for the Planning and Zoning Commission as a package.
Councilman Borton.
Not necessarily. I mean, but the idea being, and you commented, we've done it before, is, for example, if this got denied today, the applicant tomorrow could apply for CUPs, and one of the conditions be modify the DA and the concept plan. So technically, we're not stopping anything. If we chose to deny it based on what's today. I mean, we're being painfully cautious with this corner and this property. This really is a big change, and it's a big permanent change. So I think our concerns are all well-founded. So continuance doesn't necessarily help if it's deny it as presented and
let it come together.
And we've articulated the reasons, and I think it's circulation, and you brought up screening and additional condition elements that you'd rightfully bring up to an applicant in a CUP discussion. The CUP we would never see. So we wouldn't get a chance to talk about it, but we can express some of our interests now to help the applicant. But as presented, I'm not ready for it.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Deering.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and Bill, I'm going to kind of lean on you a little bit too. So this is a development agreement modification, right? So cannot the development agreement condition that because here's the risk for what you're talking about at the moment. This is in abeyance. The CUP comes, say they all get approved. And you can come, and technically it's not going to come here. But it comes back to you and the council doesn't like the fact that both were approved. And so they deny the DA modification. So now they've wasted all of the time and effort on both of those things. But Bill, and I've been trying to find the code real quickly and I can't. But I don't know why we cannot make a condition of the development agreement that CU's additional, other than the existing approved drive-through, all other drive-throughs have to get approved by the council. And therefore then, that makes then P&Z merely a recommending body to you on whether to approve a drive-through. And they could do the vetting and they could do the thought process and get the public input and we get all that stuff. But ultimately, it still has to come back to you. So you're going to have to approve it. And that's a condition of the modification. And therefore, they haven't, because right now, and we've had this discussion on a couple of other ones of these in the last year or so, and it is the way our code's built. I mean, CUs don't come to you as a general rule, but they sometimes do. And so I'm not certainly sure, again, unless the code is absolutely prohibitive of that. I don't know why we cannot simply craft the DA modification to require the drive-throughs ultimately be approved by the council. And then for future conversations, as Bill's Mr. Code, if we've identified ones like this that seem to be a recurring issue of CUs and concerns about those processes being split, I wouldn't recommend the council hear every conditional use application. There may be some you would identify and say, all of this type of conditional use has to come to council. Not every single thing, because some of them are pretty routine, but that may be a future conversation. But I don't, like I said, without looking at the code, it tells me I can't do that. I don't know why we can't do that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
It's getting really complicated and I'm sorry. I just want to cut through it a little bit. I've thought about it. I liked the idea of a coffee shop and a complimentary use, but you've got that Jamba Juice. I'm just not buying it. You have one entrance and exit and 3 drive-throughs. I think 3 drive-throughs is too many on this one. I don't think I can get there on any more than 2.
Amen.
So I just want to say it that way. I'm sorry that you have signed leases and I understand the building costs are going up. And as an equity owner and a business owner, you're in a very tough environment. So my heart goes out to you, but I just don't think it's in the best interest of the city to have 3 drive-throughs on one small property like this with one entrance and exit. I just don't think it works.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I agree. I
was gonna wait till comments, but I look at the corner of Franklin and Linder. I think it's Hark's Corner. You've got a Dutch Brothers, a donut shop with a drive-through, and an Arctic Circle. And as somebody who every Friday takes a 6-year-old for donuts and encountered the challenges in that parking lot, I wouldn't wish that on anyone in our community. I don't think it makes sense. And that's with, I think, 4 or 5 unique accesses into that area where this is going to have one with part of it coming through a private drive. I just don't think it's going to work.
The public hearing is still open. We've not heard from the applicant for any final comments. I can't tell but one of the applicant's representatives is wishing to speak. Would the applicant like to make final comments and bring in your additional person at this time? What's your pleasure?
Yeah, I can just speak. I appreciate council's discussion and points of concern. I look at this is the process. I can't say it's not frustrating from our perspective of trying to push things through. We had worked with staff. We had tried for months to bring in a CUP and go the other route. And then we were told we had to go this route. And so we could have brought these in one at a time. We would work to, do it the way that we were told we had to do it. So, I mean, it is what it is, but we can certainly bring in one of these. We can bring them in because that's how it would happen, one at a time, right? Each one we'd have to lot specific CZC application. And so, but it is what it is. I get that you have concerns, and we could have been more prepared maybe with some analysis of traffic flow with the 3. I would lobby to say, well, let's hold off on making decisions. We're basing, my sense is we're basing decision off hypothetical, or with good reason of other locations, but allow us to provide some traffic flow analysis and show how it would work on site. And we can do that if you'd like us to go with the tenants and go hand in hand and come in one at a time on the CUP, and then make this a conditioned approval based on the CUP, or however you wanted to do it. But we still feel that this is the correct plan, but understand their concerns, and would love to have the chance to work through those concerns with you.
Council, any final questions, comments for the applicant? Motions, direction?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Navy.
Just add one more comment before you folks decide which direction you want to go. To be fair to the applicant, there really is no evidence in the record on this application on what the traffic will be. It's merely a concept request to put these types of facilities on there. So it's a little concerning to me to make a decision on that when you really don't have anything before you on how these function, how they work. Again, if the CUP process is made to vet that out, and you can still do that and still deny them if you think it won't work. But I do understand what the applicant's saying. He hasn't really presented that to you. He's only presented you an idea of what's going to go there and not how it's going to go there or how it's going to flow or how it's going to work, because that's not where we are. That's not what our process called for. So we don't really have evidence at the moment to base the belief that we cannot make this function.
Mr. Mayor, you're also saying it's just an idea.
Right.
So then do you even have to have evidence of just an idea? What if they said, we want to build a skyscraper there as an idea?
I would agree with you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, but we have narrowed the path to the specific idea based on a specific set of circumstances that isn't before you. You're right. It's a concept. You don't have to like the concept, and that's okay. Then we need to, then that's the framing that needs to be. The concept of that doesn't fit versus the drive-throughs won't work.
Mr. Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't disagree with being said tonight by my fellow council members about, 3 drive-throughs, one entrance, 1 exit. That is difficult. But I do think, to be fair, in our process of a concept plan, that would typically go to then to a CUP where the details are out, is to give the applicant an opportunity to come back with the concept plan that they want to present, along with some details that allows us to yay or nay it based on the details that they provide. It might be we find ourselves still in the same place, but to me, that's a process that I think is more fair. We are making some assumptions, although, you know, one exit is one exit, an entrance. But I think that process would be something that allows them to make their case in a more prepared fashion and follow our process a little bit closer, because we do have a bifurcated process, concept plan, CUP. And those are the rules we've set out, and we're kind of changing them, and you know, our legal counsel suggests some things that we might do in the future for certain types of CUPs, but we're not there yet. So I would propose, if the votes would be there, I don't know, Mr. Clerk, what we have available, when the next time would be available for a motion to continue.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, I would defer to planning, but looking at your schedule, May 10th would be the earliest available, and I'm not sure if that's enough time for staff to get things together.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman
Mr. Parsons, May 10th or additional, is that too soon? I know you guys have a lot on your plate, so I don't want to.
Mayor, members of council, again, if you give us clear direction, what you want to see, we can try to make that happen. If, you know, anytime you're changing site plans, you want to see that detailing for how you're going to screen the drive-through and all of that, I would certainly recommend at least a month and give the applicant time, because it's not only city staff looking at multiple projects, but it's also consultants that can't always react so quickly either. So wherever we can try to get it right and allow more time, it's always appreciated, I think, for both sides.
Yeah, that would be appreciated on our side as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
I agree with Councilman Hoagland, and I'm not opposed to considering the idea of 3 drive-throughs, but all of these companies have no doubt have data on how many vehicles move through their restaurants at any given time of day, and especially Dutch Brothers. So I don't, if they already have leases signed, I don't understand why the applicant can't go back to these companies and ask for information about what they think their traffic flow through is going to be on their, I would imagine those conversations have had to have been had, and if they haven't, why are we talking about this, frankly? So if staff wants direction on what it is we're looking for, I would hope this applicant would go back to his lessees and get some information about how many vehicles are going to flow through, how many cars generally park on their site, and modify the site plan with that data. I agree with the mayor that I don't see the need for having multiple parking spaces in front of a Dutch Brothers. I lived next to the intersection that Luke just mentioned at Franklin and Linder. Nobody ever parked at the Dutch Brothers other than the staff. So I understand the applicant's position that they weren't aware, didn't get the impression they needed to come forward with that detailed of information, but I don't feel like I can make a decision on this until we have it in whatever order we need to hear that information.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I'm a no on a continuance. I think I would like to just keep it very simple. Do I approve changing the concept on this site? I do not. I don't think a concept makes sense that has 3 drive-throughs on a small site like this with 1 entrance and 1 exit. So I'm just going to be a no on that.
Well, I'm going to go to Mr. Neri's words. I'm not opposed to the concept of 3 drive-throughs, but I'm opposed to this concept that I'm seeing in front of me as far as layout, design, flow, function, personality, everything else. So if the applicant wants to provide a different concept plan I'm not opposed to 3 drive-throughs personally, but to me, it then becomes a drive-through site, not a parking lot site. Private lane drive aisles compared to drive aisles for parking that you drive through to get to places. But that's my 2 cents on That's why I would be supportive of, let them see if there's something more they can do.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I'll just give this attempt. We can discuss it. But I would move that we continue the public hearing for H 2021-0104 to May 10th, and that the applicant return with a concept plan of their choosing. That also includes traffic circulation, landscape overview, and integration with possible future development.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor.
Can you repeat the motion?
Repeat the motion. It was to move the, this project to May 10th, and that we would have the applicant provide a concept plan of their choosing, but also to show traffic circulation for the site, the landscaping overview, and also integration, how they would integrate the traffic patterns with any future development that they're aware of.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
No.
Burnt,
No.
Perot, Cavanagh, Borton, Hoagland.
Aye.
2 ayes, 4 nays, motion dies. Public hearing is still open, so if you would like to take action on the item, we'll need to close the public hearing. The applicant was recognized for final comments, unless you'd like to ask to recognize for final comments again.
I didn't quite understand what happened. So it was motion to extend, that was denied.
Correct.
And then, so I guess I'm wondering trying to understand what next steps are.
Next steps would be if they decide to close the public hearing and take an action on the item before them or not.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burton.
move that we close the public hearing.
Second. Second.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burton.
I move that we deny item H-2021-0104 on the basis that this concept plan is just not meeting what expectations are on this corner currently.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Burnt,
Aye.
Perot, Cavanagh, Borton, Hoagland.
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 no, and the motion passes and the item is denied.
Mr. Mayor, can I get clarification on the no vote?
Councilwoman
Cavanagh?
Perot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I heard it, but guess I didn't know where I heard it from. Okay. With that, we'll move on to item 5 before us. Public hearing continued from March 22nd, 2022 for Apex West subdivision, H 21-0087. Open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burke.
before we continue, I'll be recusing myself from item 5 and for item 6.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Next item on your agenda is the Apex West preliminary plat. Won't go into a lot of the details. I think you recall this item was back in front of you in March. Legal department brought to your notice, to your attention that the boundary of the plat expanded based on the action that you took at that hearing. Applicant needed to include additional land area in order to make sure that the record was clear as to what you guys were acting on and approving as part of the preliminary plat. So essentially, the applicant's done that. Staff's revised the findings template to reflect the correct acreage. Notification went out to the property owners within the 500-foot radius per code, including the additional land area. So right now, for tonight, this is just a formality. Applicants in agreement with the revised conditions of approval and the findings. And we even had an updated ACHD staff report included and attached to the record as well. So this one should be straightforward for you tonight. And the findings are the next item on the agenda for you this evening. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Bill. Council, any questions for staff? Would the applicant like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor, council members, Mike Wardle, Brighton Corporation, 2929 West Navigator, Suite 400 in Meridian. As Bill noted, when we were here on the 8th of March, there were no condition issues, excuse me. The only item that the council really had to deal with was the question of maintaining the Watkins drain as an open facility through a waiver, and the council seemed amenable to that concept. So the only change that has occurred was the addition of that whole 40-acre piece that we had just taken a small corner out of it. Lot numbers don't change. Nothing has changed at all since that discussion. So we simply ask that you continue down the path that you appeared to be that evening, subject to clarifying what needed to happen with that 40-acre parcel, which has now been included as a future R8 building parcel, has to come back as a preliminary plat at some time in the future. So unless you have further questions, I would just let you take your action. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, questions for the applicant? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, we have anyone sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we had people sign in, but no one marked they wanted to testify.
Is there anybody here that'd like to provide testimony on this item at this time? Or online, if you'd like to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature. We do have someone who'd like to provide testimony.
And Mr. Mayor, that is shows Jay Edwards, and they're unmuted.
State your name and address for the record. Be recognized for 3 minutes.
My name is Julie Edwards, and I live at 1310 East Mary Lane. And I just had a question about this. I couldn't see on the information that was provided along with the agenda and everything. Was Lot 2, Block 5, is that the location of where the potential future school was going to be, or is that further to the east? And if that is in fact where the school was going to go, what's changed since then? That's all.
Thank you. The applicant has indicated at least that is the future school site, but we'll ask them to make any comments formal to that in their closing time. Is there anybody else like to provide testimony on this item? Okay, then would the applicant like to come forward?
Again, Mr. Mayor, council members, Mike Wardle, Brighton Corporation. In the information presented at the March 8th hearing, that was noted in the site plan. There is a potential future elementary site that has been essentially reserved for consideration by the school district when they're ready to move. So the rest of that whole 40 acres will be in a preliminary plat that would include a school site potentially for some future action by both Planning Commission and council.
Thank you, Mike. Council, any additional questions or comments? If not, do I have any motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we close the public hearing on H 2021-0087.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing for H 2021-0087. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
question for Mr. Neri. Can we act with one motion on both the preliminary plat and findings of fact?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I would move that we After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve H 2021-0087 preliminary plat and findings of fact, conclusions of law for Apex West subdivision as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of April 12th, 2022, and that it includes the waiver of tiling Watkins Drain.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Perot, Cavanagh,
Aye.
Borton,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
and Burnt abstains.
All ayes, motion carries, and the items are agreed to. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 7, is a public hearing continued from March 22nd, 2022 for Copper Canary, H 2022-0009. We'll open this public hearing or continue this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Last item I'm presenting to you this evening is the Copper Canary MDA Development Agreement Modification, best known as the Great Wall back in 2008. But wanted to let you know this property is approximately 1.38 acres of land, currently zoned CG, and is actually annexed in 2003 as part of the Red Feather development, which included approximately 114 acres. So this is one of those cases where you're kind of getting granular into the previous, from a larger approval and getting down to the nitty gritty with a 1 acre parcel site. As part of the original DA in 2003, the site is currently, it requires conditional use permit for any use on it to develop on this. So this particular applicant this evening is wanting to convert the restaurant use to a retail use. And so rather than going through that conditional use process, they wanted to modify the DA when it was cheaper, but it was about the same time frame. One public hearing, it's either a public hearing before planning and zoning or a public hearing before you. So they chose to take this path. The other part of that development agreement is that the applicant was required to do a backage road. And as you know, that can be subjective these days as what that was meant back in 2003 to what we're currently doing today. And what's happened is we have development around this site and we have conditions of approval in place that require cross access with this piece. So if you recall, in 2008, the city council did approve a variance for this particular property to allow them to have an access to Eagle Road. And that was an interim measure until such time as we could get cross access either from the north or the south or both. And so that time has arrived. We have somebody here. We have an approved conditional use permit to the south for a storage facility. I looked at that approval from 2019. That site was required to reciprocate cross access to this piece. You can see here that the applicant also wants to talk about a revised concept plan with you this evening. You'll note the black highlighted area on the graphic to the left, or on the right, excuse me, does show a future access with the property to the north. I would mention to you, at least in discussions with Sonia, that has not been approved by ITD yet. So typically the way the code reads, whenever an applicant wants to request access to a state highway, you need a determination from ITD. That particular request will probably come to you with a future development application. Particularly with the applicant to the north is working with ITD and obtaining a permit to make that happen. The access would go across this particular property in this general location here. So it is going to take the effort of both of these property owners to work together to allow the access to occur. I think this council is also aware that we try to minimize access points to Eagle Road, and that's why we have that requirement for the backage road. And so what we really want to see is continuous connectivity all the way through the commercial developments, creating that road and that connectivity. You can see here the concept plan does take into account some site modifications to account for that connectivity. However, the applicant is requesting in this concept plan that the southern access will be emergency only. I would also mention to you that our fire department does not support the emergency access. They want it to be a to and through access through this development for public safety. So the applicant has provided some revised DA provisions for your recommendation, and staff has also made changes. So the bigger change in our mind is really we want to see the full access happen on the south boundary, and the applicant would prefer that it remain emergency, or propose it as emergency access. With that, staff is supportive of the DA mod before you this evening. And with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Bill. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Bill, if the property to the north does get approved, does it connect to the commercial center north of that?
And Mayor, members of the council, it would, correct. They have an approved concept plan on their particular property, and it would tie into that Norco site. We call it the Norco site to the north, but it does tie into that drive lane.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilman Pro.
So even if they were not to get the ITD access or the access to Highway 55, would they still be permitted? Could we still approve them based on their access to the property to the north, or would they need the two accesses?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, on that particular case, whatever goes first would reciprocate the access. Since we have it from the south, it just makes good planning to have it from both ends, to be honest with you. So yes, we would still require, as part of this DA mod, we'd still want them to reciprocate cross access to this owner and vice versa. So they wouldn't have to get a reciprocal cross access. All they would have to do is grant the property owner to the north access. And then when they develop the property to the north, they would reciprocate and they would have a shared access at that boundary. The same thing with the property to the south. So again, our recommendation is that it continue, and we don't have another access point approved to Eagle Road at this point.
Council, additional questions for staff? If the applicant would like to come forward?
Looking forward to it. Joanne Butler, 967 East Park Center Boulevard, representing the property owner of what was a Great Wall restaurant and now would be the Copper Canary, which is a fine jewelry store. Before my time gets away from me, if we could stop the clock just briefly, this afternoon, late in the afternoon, Sonia Allen received a letter of support from the property owner to the north and explained a little bit about their process with ITD. Since Bill didn't mention that, I did make copies of that email. He probably doesn't know it came in. So I'd like to just, I've got several copies. And if the clerk would tell Bill that that's it, that came in too. Before I get started too, this particular screen is not showing the slides, and I'll wait till either Bill or the clerk has those.
So you have a presentation that you've given Bill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies. I'm trying to find out where he put it.
I can see it's up. Is there a way to get it on the screen without turning around? Okay. Oh, that's all I had to do. Oh,
Well, I didn't know you couldn't see that. Sorry about that.
okay.
It's making a bit.
Okay. And so to scroll down, Bill, do I just use the Okay. Again, Joanne Butler, 967 East Park Center Boulevard, representing the property owner of the Copper Canary, the proposed Copper Canary. Mr. Cole's architect, Perry Coles, is the owner. Mr. Cole's architect, Jeff Likes, is probably with us via Zoom to answer questions the council has. I'm also speaking on behalf of the owner to the south, Bach Homes. Brian Carlisle is here with me tonight and can answer questions about the Bach Homes property. Also, the property owner to the north, GFI Meridian Investments, they are the ones in support of the request, and that's the email that I just provided you from them. I'm going to very briefly review 20 years of history because the annexations and developments in this area, which is right at the edge of Boise between Cloverdale and East Eagle, Ustick, and what is now East River Valley Street, has been a bit convoluted. This particular map shows a 2003-2004 annexation. It was a 2003 application. Approximately 114 acres was annexed. R4 was a zone for about 90 of those acres. That's the area that's got the hatching going from left to right. About 24 acres was zone CG, and that's the hatching on the other side of what is today Records Avenue. We would like you to understand with the history of this development why we are asking for a DA modification that allows the Copper Canary to take access going north, because that north access does maybe get us out to Eagle immediately north of our property with our working with ITD and our property owner to the north, or as the councilwoman has said, we would go all the way north otherwise. And we're also asking for the, at that point, the temporary access would be closed, and we're also asking for emergency access at our common boundary with Bach Homes. And I hope I explained, I was at the Bach Homes hearing, I hope that we're finally in the mix, and I think that what we offer in this mix between Bach Homes, this property, and GFI to the north is some solutions for this area. The original development agreement had a great deal of information about the residential zoning. They did include a preliminary plat, and that all developed according to that preliminary plat. On the other hand, the CG zoning didn't have uses proposed. And so what the council did at that time, they asked them to come back with a conditional use, even if the use was an automatically allowed by right use within the CG's area. I don't know if that was the council at that time's attempt to want to take another look, or there is a section in your code that was 11-7-2K that has since been removed, and that seemed to require anything in the CG to get a conditional use. In any event, with our asking for a DA modification, one of the things that we're asking is we're not subject to that old DA. So if our use is automatically allowed by right, we wouldn't go through the conditional use process because you've already said the use is allowed by right in the CG zone. Also, in the original 2003-2004 development agreement, you required a backage road roughly parallel to Eagle Road, serving these 24 acres of CG property. My belief from the research that I've done is that what was understood in 2004 to be the backage road for these 24 acres of CG is what today is known as Records Avenue. We'll come back and discuss the drive aisle that is on the east side of the small, little over 1 acre parcel that is the Great Wall Restaurant, or now Copper Canary. If I can get down to the next. This slide basically shows what is there today. The Gateway Marketplace to the north, GFI Meridian's property, which was part of the 24 acres that was zone CG, the Copper Canary property. Bach Homes, south of the slough, was not part of that 24 acres. Bach Homes came in and got rezoning at an R40, and they also developed the first 2 phases of the Regency at River Valley there. After that, they also attempted to market And we'll talk about this a little bit later too. They have attempted to market the acreage just below the Copper Canary for commercial. They have had no success at all, either developing it or selling it. In part because of what I'll term the funky access to East River Valley as we get to the south. But let's back up and keep with the history. In 2008, 4 years after annexation, the Great Wall that had this separate CG zoned acre requested a conditional use for the restaurant. And the city allowed development of that acreage, of that landlocked Great Wall property with temporary access to Eagle Road until the Great Wall could obtain access either north or south, at which time the temporary access would be closed on Eagle Road. Later that same year, the developer of the Great Wall restaurant came back to the city and asked you to modify the condition to require that access be only going to the south. Because at that time, there was no indication that the property owner to the north was going to be developing anytime soon. East River Valley was starting to develop, and it looked like access was going to continue to the south. Staff at the time was not really happy with that. And they said in the testimony that they would have preferred the access to go north because that was what they were planning for, but they understood that that might be a little bit down the road. So the condition of approval that was adopted for the Great Wall restaurant was that, and I'm quoting from condition of approval 1.6, access to Eagle Road is approved temporarily until such time as the properties to the south develop and a common drive aisle is constructed from the subject property to the future extension of East River Valley. Again, at that time, the drive aisle to the south appeared to be reasonable because, again, Bach Homes was marketing to make their property right there on Eagle Road commercial. They would continue that drive aisle going south to the mattress store and eventually out to East River Valley. Again, that has not happened. Mr. Carlisle can tell you more about that. And it has, but it is, that access has been the death knell for commercial development of that property. In the meantime, and I'll scroll down to the next property. In the meantime, GFI Meridian, the property owner to the north, was approved in 2019 and has, this is the schematic of the roads that they will be putting through their retail and restaurant development immediately north of the Copper Canary property. The city required them to put a culvert across the South Slough leading to the Copper Canary property, and they will be developing a road down to our property. And as you can see, they've also are showing an access going over to Eagle Road. They have been working with our ITD. My understanding is from talking with them, and they gave us the information from their engineer, KM Engineering. ITD likes this access because between East River Valley and Ustick, it is, you've got the Gateway Marketplace, you've got this, you wind up with about 1,000 feet between each access. So they're liking the separation. It avoids utilities, it avoids poles. So that location is what the ITD is leaning towards. They have not finished their review. The next slide is a slide that Bill has showed, which is our concept plan, and that shows a little bit more definitively the access leading to our property. And it shows the access that GFI Meridian is developing. This past year, I referred to the Bach Homes hearing, which was just a few months ago. This past year, Bach Homes provided an application to the council trying to do what it does best. Rather than bang its head against the wall, trying to develop that property immediately south of the Copper Canary as commercial, they developed a third phase of the Regency at River Valley. That was heard by the council. You denied it. You sent them back to the drawing board to better incorporate the circulation between phase 3 along Eagle Road and the rest of the property. You did talk about the fact that you appreciated the residential, you liked the design. It is in compliance with your comprehensive plan. We certainly support that residential use, but we did come to your hearing and we were opposed to the residential development unless our properties were separated by an emergency access connection. We did not want 300 apartments to treat our client's parking lot like a public road to go north to Eagle Road. And Councilman Hoagland, you might remember that you remarked during the hearing that turning our client's property into a road from the apartments would be the death knell for our business, and we wholeheartedly agree. It would not have been safe, it would not have been fair, and it would have caused a great loss of our parking spaces. Bach Homes also appreciated designing the third phase with an emergency-only access at the common property boundary. That would assist them create a better residential project. They wouldn't lose as many parking spaces as sending that drive aisle straight through. It would cause a disconnect between their phases, and they want to design, I'm putting my foot in his mouth, but Brian will tell you that they would prefer to design with a emergency access, which opens them up to send their traffic east to the True Backage Road records and south to East River Valley. At the fire department at that Bach Homes hearing, the fire chief did say that the emergency access at this common boundary was workable. Since then, we haven't had conversations, but we have a fire consultant, a former state fire marshal, who believes that emergency access at this location would certainly be reasonable. We understand we need to work with the fire department to design an emergency access that ensures the safety of our property, ensures the safety of Bach Homes, but also ensures that both Bach Homes and our client can develop their properties to be a success. So on this slide, what I'm trying to point out, these are the conditions that are presently contained in the staff report. And with this slide, we are asking the council to reverse the changes that staff has here. So reinsert the stricken language so it's clear that the Copper Canary access will eventually go north to the and so that the temporary access can be closed, and that the drive aisle on the east side of Copper Canary will terminate with a emergency access at the southern boundary. And again, we're happy to work with our fire consultant and the department to attempt to make that happen. So finally, in conclusion, we realize that the staff, and quite frankly, your staff has been wonderful to say to us, Sonia, please pass this along. She has been very clear with us to say, the original development agreement said you needed, and your predecessor asked the council to go south. So I have to repeat what the development agreement said and what your predecessor said. And we appreciate that, but times and the development in this area has changed. That's why we're proposing the development agreement modification. Staff is not in favor, according to their staff report, of removal of a backage road going north and south through our client's property because it says it wants to ensure, and I'm quoting from the staff report, it wants to ensure through unrestricted public access north and south. We don't believe that our client's property should be used by the public in this fashion when we can accomplish connectivity to the existing public roads and when we can accomplish fire safety without taking a great swath out of the Copper Canary property and running traffic from other developments through the Copper Canary property. So we are very happy to provide the public with an emergency access through the property. And we believe with the redesign of phase 3 of Bach Homes, taking the traffic west and south, we can accomplish what the city desires and needs. So I think I heard the bell, so I know that I'm done now, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Just wanted to make sure I hear you correctly. Our, the comments we received from our fire department and our staff report say that our fire department doesn't support the emergency access only. So help me reconcile that with what you just stated in your testimony.
I can tell you that at your hearing, the fire chief did indicate that it was workable. We haven't had the opportunity to sit down with a fire chief and go over this again. I think that we would like the opportunity and perhaps a condition of approval can be provided in the development agreement to require us to work with the fire department to determine whether or not we can make that emergency access a possibility. Because as I said, the fire chief did think it was possible. And I don't know, other than the fact that I think that staff has wanted to see a north-south connection, and which an emergency access wouldn't do. And so I think that may be driving the decision of the one staff member from the fire department to support the planning staff member on that north-south, which I appreciate. But I think that we need to try to help all these property owners work together to develop access that makes sense. We do not want to do anything that would be publicly unsafe. But I don't think, and our fire consultant has also said that given Eagle Road, given the operations that would take place in and around this site, if there were a fire or an emergency situation on Eagle Road, that having the emergency access, you still have public access going through this site. It's just not free flowing. And that was our concern, because it would send 300, possibly the cars from 300 apartments going north through our property. So I guess what I'm asking for is the ability to work with staff, the fire and planning staff. If you see the value in what we're asking for, to try to work together with all of these property owners to make sure there's public access for emergency services, but not turning our property into a public road for the apartments, and also cutting Mr. Carlisle's property up, so that makes it more difficult for him to coordinate phase 3 with phases 1 and 2, then we're asking for the opportunity to work with a fire chief on this to make sure that, am I answering your question?
Mr. Mayor.
Look,
That's one pro.
Yes and no. I'm trying to understand, one of the main elements of your new proposed concept plan is this emergency access, yet the details of how that's all going to work out. So you would want us to approve this based on the fact that you may or may not come to an agreement with our fire department on the emergency access.
just with the condition of approval, just like, the other conditions of approval.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Joanne, a quick question, and I'm assuming Brian's going to be coming up and speaking about property to the south. So I'll have some questions along the same vein to him. But if that property to the south were to be more commercial, retail, not residential, but that sort of thing, wouldn't it make sense would you be in favor of having that to be open?
If that property, that was the goal, that would be so that you really would have a drive aisle going to the south. And so having that open, I think that makes sense, but that has not been, and I think it's been 10 years that, so it hasn't proven to be the case. So, so I think that's why, and our goal is to work with our neighbor to the north to help them provide a bit of our property to make that access to Eagle Road.
So maybe, I don't know if this is a question, a comment, or more again, for someone from Bacomas, but if the assumption is always that the property to south is only going north, my question is why? Is
Repeat that.
if the assumption that whatever develops on the property to the south is only going to go north through this parcel, my question is why? Safety? What is going to be the driver that everyone's got to go north? And if we want to stop that, why are we making that proposal? Just, we all can see the problems with access. Can't even turn left into this property coming off of River Valley, which is going to create access issues. I don't want to relive that last application, but again, I'm just trying to get to you're basically forcing this property to do something, and the question becomes why? Besides the impact to this property,
Right.
but I'll leave that for whoever wants to or not want to answer that question.
I will let Mr. Carlisle talk about that from his perspective. The common assumption and by folks that were dealing with traffic was that the quickest route people would take the quickest route to get out to Eagle Road instead of winding their way down to East River Valley or over to Record. So that was part of the issue.
Under the old, yeah.
And also the issue for, if that was to be left open, it indicates that an entire row of parking would be lost because we would have to take out that parking to allow the traffic to go north. There couldn't be cars that would back out into that area, so we would lose all of that parking as well.
Councilman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, just a comment. I appreciate you coming here, sharing this information. I'm not very sympathetic in the sense that I feel that connectivity is important, and this challenge is true for every single property owner that we ask to give cross access to the city of Meridian. We requested this package road. I believe it is a healthier area to have all this connection. The fire department, I'd love to hear from. I had to step out for 1 second, but if we haven't heard from them, I'd love to hear from them. But there's a safety concern, there's an access concern. And I think the more connections people have to get in and out, the more it alleviates the problem. When we start giving exceptions to people to protect the property value of their property and the use of their property, setting up all these emergency access onlys, it just compounds the problem of getting around. So I just wanted to be open about that. It's a philosophical thing. I very rarely feel inclined to give these emergency access only requests. So just wanted to share that.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
not a question, but I believe I read, I don't know if it was in the applicant testimony or the applicant narrative, that council's desire with the property to the south of you is that all the traffic would move to the south and the east. I don't recall that was ever actually stated that way. I think that was just what would have had to have happened because there wasn't connection to the north yet when we heard that. So I just wanted to clarify that wasn't something that council said, we want to see traffic move that direction. It was, that's the only option right now. And so I kind of wanted to make sure that was a clear part of this conversation, because I don't know that the desire has ever changed to keep the connectivity. It's just that when that application came in, part of the reason it was denied was because, again, it didn't have there wasn't a well thought out flow of traffic. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, the only person to sign up was Jeff Likes. He is online.
Mr. Likes, you're unmuted. If you can say your name and address for the record.
I can. It's Jeff Likes, ALC Architecture, 1119 East State Street, Eagle, Idaho. We're actually the applicant. Our counsel was the one presenting. So we're just here in case there's any questions on anything about this new redesigned site, what we were thinking. I do have a request for this. If if the council decides that we need to provide access both north and south, the term road has been thrown out there, it's been put out there, this needs to be a road. Well, with a road, as Joanne stated, we lose all of the hatched parking that you see there. It ends up being about 10 spots of our parking that we lose because we can't back out into a road. So if this was deemed a drive aisle, we could keep our parking, and it's going to act as a drive aisle as if you go up to the Norco Center just as well, right? There's drive aisles there and all that area there. So if you guys, are going to say we need the access both north and south, we just request that this be made a drive aisle and not a road. And so if you have any questions, I can answer anything.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
Thank you. I assume, and I'd like your thoughts on this, that the future use of this is not going to be as, is not going to require as many parking spaces as the restaurant would. So have you done an analysis on whether losing those spots would actually be harmful to the business?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilwoman, we have looked at it. Obviously, I think the owner here is thinking long-term, right? I mean, yes, he wants to be here. But they hold events at this. It's a high-end jewelry store. And so they do hold events that require parking. I don't think we've seen a jewelry store like this in town. They're coming from out of state, opening up their store here, moving their whole family here to do it. And so that's the reason why we'd like to keep it. Just looking ahead, losing 10, 11 spots is quite a few spots just altogether on your site.
Any further questions?
Mayor, if I may address that comment from the applicant, I think the intent here is that it would be a commercial drive aisle, not a road. So I just want to be clear on the record. It's like any other parking lot out there. You have property lines that go in a commercial development, and property lines cross and parking cross each other. So technically, no, the code would not require them to lose those parking stalls if they were to reciprocate cross access. I think probably what may have happened, or where a misunderstanding may have occurred, is for safety purposes, if you want to funnel traffic there, it's not always the most ideal to have backup parking onto a drive aisle that provides cross access. So in those cases, we try to mitigate that. And so I think maybe in discussions with staff, we may have said that would be a preference of ours if you're going to make that a more of a commercial drive aisle, to lose some of that and put a buffer there and soften that and minimize vehicular conflicts backing out into the drive aisle. But certainly, I think we can work with the applicant on that if they want to keep their parking.
Yeah, or maybe parallel parking.
Correct. There's ways to design it. Absolutely. They could leave a 7-foot buffer there and put 9 by 23 foot parallel stalls. To make
Or
it
even
work.
angled parking, so you back out into what you can see, not the other direction.
Yep, there's many ways to do it and redesign it and still maintain what they need. It would just have to come back through a certificate of zoning compliance process, site plan review, make sure the access is getting closed off if and when they connect to somebody else and they show us those site improvements, and we can evaluate it then.
Mr. Chief, there was a request to hear from the fire department on this. I know you're not probably one that's been actively engaged on this, but hopefully you're prepared.
Yeah, certainly, sir. I appreciate the question, Mr. Mayor, and council. So yeah, and with the council, not the applicant, referring to the fire chief, it was not me. I am the fire chief, Chris Bloom. I believe we were talking about probably the fire marshal, but that's okay. Just for clarification's sake, from the fire department's perspective, as long as an emergency access is preserved and not blocked, that's all we care about. Certainly the applicant's concerned about protecting the community as well as the people that traffic the area. We agree with that. We just want to make sure that the fire department has adequate access, and a code compliant emergency access only would meet the needs of the fire department without any blockages. So.
Council, any questions for the chief? Do we want to see if there's anybody else who's actively taking testimony right now?
If I would, this is
Mr.
Jeff
Lex,
again.
we have other people in the room we're taking testimony from. If there's any further requests, we'll allow you to speak with the applicant during their closing comments. If you'd like to come up,
All right, thanks.
you can state your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Brian Carlisle. I'm with Bach Homes, 11650 South State Street, Draper, Utah. So we own the 3 parcels south of the property, and we are in agreement with the with Joanne to have emergency access only on this parcel. We have owned this parcel for 10 plus years, marketed it to sell as commercial, and we couldn't get anybody to buy it, barely even for free. Nobody would put commercial on it due to the terrible access off of River Valley Road. And so about 3 years ago, the parcels to the south also became available, and we thought, oh, maybe we can do storage units on it. And we got pretty far in that process. And then with construction costs coming in, realized that that wasn't going to make us any money at all. And so we kind of backed out of that, and just kind of with the nature of the economy right now, apartments are in such high demand, and our current phase is doing remarkable. It's 100% occupied. People are begging to move in. We realized we need to add an additional phase there, as it is approved as a conditional use in the zone. And so started that process. We're denied due to some of these access issues. Essentially, staff or council said, come back when you've spoken with the neighbors to the north and tried to work things out. And so we don't, viewing this as developed as apartments, we don't really see any benefit in having a connection there. It's just connecting down to River Valley Road, which is really a terrible exit. It's right next to the intersection. River Valley is not wide enough to do a proper U-turn, so we actually find cars U-turning inside of our apartment project to get over to that access point. And so we kind of consider those 3 parcels best used as an extension of our current apartment project, and having the residents just go straight through you can't see it here, but that roundabout at the entrance, and kind of avoid that backage road altogether. So we don't feel like there's any need for a connection other than for fire department access there. And we kind of also foresee that connection, if it were to be there, our residents would potentially, from the other 2 phases, flow north to go north there. Not that it's hard to go north there, just because it's a slightly shorter route. So at any rate, if you have any questions.
Council, any questions? Councilman Schrader.
I've got a couple. Thanks, Brian. Really appreciate you being here, even though it's not your application. It's really helpful to have everybody in the same room. I remember in that application, one of the biggest issues was the traffic, the flow, how people get around. And really, it's in the best interest of people in future apartments for you, I would think, to be able to get out of those apartments and access different places easily. I guess a question for you, how wide is that road that you guys own in that Bach Homes property next door? And did you consider, just perhaps bulldozing whatever, I think those are carports.
Right.
Did you consider going through there and making a western connection, to preserve this emergency access, but then actually give your apartment residents an outlet onto Eagle Road?
We would love to make as many connections as needed, 2, 3, whatever, to our current phase. But what we don't want to see is commercial traffic filtering through our site. We've got kids in there as well. And so that's why closing that off would be beneficial for us. We don't need our residents to have a quicker access to Eagle Road. They can get there fairly easily through the south end of our property, and right turn or left turn there. What we don't want to see is cars coming from the commercial portions to the north, trying to get through, Eagle Road right there is backed up all the time. And we don't want to see non-residents going through our property. That's kind of a safety hazard for us, so.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the theme. So the problem is if everybody says, I don't want traffic coming through my property, pretty soon we have a city that doesn't have interconnections and it's not a healthy city. And so I guess what I was trying to brainstorm with you was if you guys either thought of extending this road that I can see on the far right-hand side. I don't know how wide it is. Maybe it's just a really small, kind of similar to a drive aisle. Did you consider working with that property owner to the north to extend that somehow to Eagle Road? Or did you guys consider an alternative, working out some kind of an alternative? Because from where I'm sitting, I feel like this connection is necessary. But yeah, I was wondering if you brainstormed through some alternatives.
You're talking with the GFI parcel to the north?
Yeah.
So I believe they're planning a separate apartment community there directly north of our parcel. And no, we don't have any intention at this point of connecting those two. I mean, I don't know. Typically, you wouldn't connect two apartment properties. Just it's easier to be a good neighbor when you don't have your residents spilling over into other people's parking lots.
Okay, thanks for the feedback.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, Brian, if, I know you've been trying to market and do some other things with that property. If it were a commercial, the possibility of commercial, I would think you would see a value of that being that drive aisle available, open to access to the north to allow that flow that's through. And to me, when you have commercial, there is a viability there. There's certain things. I wasn't a fan of opening that up when it was residential to commercial because I see conflict there both ways. And it's just more of an impact on the business than I would the residential. But to your point, yes, it would also impact residential if they're coming that way because they wanted to get out to Eagle Road that way. But with this opening, I don't think it'd be quite as bad. But if it was commercial, you have a possibility of commercial. Would you want that to be open to allow that cross access?
Well, I understand what you're saying. If this is a commercial strip of land, and if it benefits everybody to have access to that northern portion, but we have really at this point no intention of doing that, just mostly because we haven't been able to do it for the past 10 plus years. There's no data to say that we can do that. And we really would like to add apartments to that other phase. I understand there's a bit of a housing issue. And we can provide another 100 or so units, and we think they'd fill up instantly.
Councilman Pearl.
A question and a comment. First question, was the feedback that you received from the many marketing efforts that there was not good access from Eagle Road? Or if that, I think what Councilman Hoagland is asking is if that connectivity existed, would you have had a better response from your commercial marketing?
The connectivity was there with the Great Wall. So, the exact comments, I can't say because it was, roughly 10 years ago. We haven't been on contract for a while, but it really did come down to it's just not a great piece of ground for connection. Now, we have had some interest in storage units. I had public storage, was thinking of possibly doing maybe one story out there, but they weren't willing to pay much for that dirt. So that's about all that I saw as a viable. I'm not saying it can't be done, but that was just kind of our experience. So we know it can be done residential. We know it will flourish. It will be great. And that's what we would like to do.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Board.
So I don't know if I heard it correct, but I know it's not this application, but if the emergency access is the only utilization of this drive aisle, and then you're going to try and do residential on your property, is your intention that the only way you would access that property would be removing some of the carports directly east and connecting directly into your existing phase 1 and 2?
Yeah, we would provide at least 2 access points. And, there's still that access off of River Valley Road. But it's not great. You can't left turn into it from where most people are coming from. And we'd just assume it weren't there, but it is. And we would keep it open. Obviously, Mattress Firm is there, so.
Sure, but Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Barton.
is that a yes? That
Yes, we would connect in to the east.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our current plan is two locations, north and south. All we have is parking over there. So we would like as much connection as possible because we want to be a part of that project. So pedestrian as well.
Council, any additional questions for? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So seeing no one else to testify, unless Ralph is going to raise his hand, would the applicant like to come forward for any final comments?
Thank you, Council. Joanne Butler. No further comments for me. I think that Jeff Likes wanted to add some further comments, so I'll let him do that. I appreciate all the comments and the philosophy, and I think this is just has been a very unusual site. I think if you provide a positive look at this, I think it will help not only our site but the people to the south. And so again, we hope you can do that. And I'll turn it over to Jeff because I'm sure he can answer some more questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. Thanks, Joanne. I just got a couple, I understand what Bill said last time about that being, we could still park off of that backage road. We appreciate that. I would like a little clarification, probably for our client as well, is maybe just some clarification. Your guys' decision is this, us closing off our Eagle Road access and providing, whether it's cross access north or south, and these new landscape requirements we're having here, all that will be done at a later date when the north parcel starts to develop. I just want some clarification on that we're not losing our access now or required to do any of our parking requirements until that time.
Mayor, Council, I believe that's the way the DA provision is structured currently before you.
Mr. Mayor?
Is the applicant done with their final comments? Just want to.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I am done. Yes, I'll stand for any questions if you have any questions, but I think Joanne and Bach Holmes has put it well.
No, Joanne Butler again. The only final comment is a thank you to the fire chief. Because I think I heard he was saying that a well-designed emergency access would work and would support public safety. And so I hope that the council would keep that in mind too. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Joanne?
Councilman Borton.
I'm glad you came up. I have a question that I'll pose to you. So toggling with what could happen to the south, we think we know what might happen, but you never know. What if the conditions said that drive aisle to the south is an emergency access, but if the property to the south develops as commercial, it has to open?
No, I can't, my client won't like that I'm saying this, I suppose, but I don't suppose that's not that would work. I mean, the issue for them was the number of apartments going, residential traffic, and we were trying to look for a natural cutoff where commercial went north, residential went south and to the east.
And Mr. Mayor?
Councilman
And
Borton.
I think that's just trying to create a solution. We might be 90% certain what's going to happen, but
Right.
we know this area.
Makes sense.
So.
And from a practical standpoint, I don't think we want all residential going south. East or west maybe makes more sense than everything going south. So, but that's not before us. Correct.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Perot.
just thinking about this entire area, we talk a lot about trying to create neighborhood uses and where the residents are going to do their business. And I think when I'm not, I'll just put it out there, I'm not in favor of approving this emergency access concept. I want to leave it open as a drive aisle because the whole idea of adding these neighborhood uses to the north and all along Records Way is that folks don't go out on the highway. That's the whole reason why we design things the way we design them, is to keep them off of the arterials if possible and stay within their neighborhood and use those services. So I guess just that's my understanding of what one of our priorities are as a city. So I have concerns about it for a variety of reasons, but that's the big one, is that I want these residences to be able to head north into the Gateway Marketplace and, shop at Rose Hours, or not Rose Hours, it's not there anymore, Trader Joe's, and go and not have to go all the way back down River Valley, all the way up to Eagle Road, all the way back in off U Stick, or go all the way around Records, which is getting really busy too. So.
And if you go in off of Records and into that place, you're driving through another residential subdivision to get back in.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we close the public hearing.
I have a motion, a second, to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
take a crack at it. I'd like to go ahead and move forward with approving this development agreement modification. So with the stipulation, and I'll get into it in a second. So I move that we approve file number H 2022-0009 per the DA provisions recommended in the staff report. So therefore, including vehicular access to the south and all of the different stipulations that Bill had presented. And furthermore, just being specific that we're requiring that access to the south to be a drive aisle and not a road.
Second. Motion dies for lack of a second.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
We'll try one. I'll make a motion to approve as well. H 2022-0009. And so that removes the requirement of the CUP for development of the future uses on the site. And that it modifies the drive aisle such that it's emergency access only to the south, unless the property to the south develops with a commercial use, at which time the emergency only access shall be removed and it shall be a complete cross access between the properties.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there a discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
To that motion, I looked to legal to be able to, perhaps not now on the record, but craft the DA language that would allow that mechanism to occur at that future date. I mean, that's critical that we're able to do it if and when the time arises.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Borton, I don't see a problem with that. I mean, basically, you're using a similar language to what exists today for the restaurant of saying the access can remain in this form until something changes. If that change is commercial. I want to be clear, when you say commercial, you do not mean multifamily. You mean other commercial uses other than multifamily.
Correct.
Okay. Yes, we can do that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
I
Borton.
don't necessarily disagree with fellow council members' comments about connectivity at all. I think if we see this going residential and if we're going to have a couple of eastern accesses into phase 1 and phase 2, I really believe you're going to have residents go that direction. Not entirely, but at least that mitigates that concern, coupled with Fire's comments with regards to emergency only access to the south still satisfies their public safety needs. That combination makes me feel comfortable with making the motion as presented.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, I'm comfortable as well. To me, the impact of a residential unit, multifamily to a drive aisle on private property is something I just don't think will work. And I think it's not the right way to do it. If it were, what we're going to have multifamily to the north and that it was a street, it's designed that way, that works out fine. But in this case where you're having a drive aisle, that is too great of an impact. And it's just going to be a mess. I've seen too many situations when you combine residential and commercial without separation of an actual street, but just using their property, it really becomes a burden, I think, on this case for the business owner. So that's why I support this option, because it does allow that commercial. If Lock Homes finds a seller and it turns commercial, we will open that up because it will benefit. It's a win-win for everybody to have access and have access to customers. In this case, they're not customers, they're just users of property, and it will be used and to the detriment, I think, of the business owners. So that's why I support this approach.
Any further discussion? Not clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
No.
Burnt,
No.
Perot,
No.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Borton,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-3. Anything under future meeting topics? And number 8.
Mr. Mayor, I think we finished up our executive session.
We did.
Look, we all in agreement that we did finish? Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, we do not need the executive session at this time.
Then do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'm thinking about it. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move we adjourn.
A motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.